Yeah, good morning, everyone. Just a quick sound check again, please. Just want to make sure you guys can hear me, see my screen. I may be a little bit delayed getting live on the mic again today. Okay. Could be around 6:10, 6:15, okay? So I just want to make sure you guys can hear me. Great. See you in a bit. All right, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to the pre-market show, Trade Ideas pre-market show. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Yeah, I guess you guys can hear me, see my screen. Sorry about that. Some delays this morning. So lots happening. A lot of earnings plays. I guess we might as well start off with Disney. Boy, Disney is just getting clobbered here, guys. DIS is getting clobbered here. The initial reaction didn't seem to be too bad. Actually popped up to about 119, but 107 right now. So that is Disney. Thank you guys in YouTube. DIS Disney taking it on the chin here. 105 would be a pretty important level for it to try to hold. I'm looking at this weekly chart. If it takes out 105, the next low underneath is 96. So keep an eye on Disney, especially around that 105.70 level. And William mentioned Datadog, DDOG. Here it is. So it's an earnings play, but on top of that, what does it say? I'm sure I saw something. The CEO stepping down. Yeah, I think the president. Thank you. Okay, so the president is stepping down. There it is. Datadog slumps despite the Q1 beat. President to step down by year. Okay, so this is not a shock. It's not like, well, he's out tomorrow or today or right now. So by year end, so at least there's some planning involved, I guess. Just before I keep going, the SPY guys. So the SPY we're in for a positive open. Nothing incredibly positive, but at least it's a positive open. CMND is not an earnings play. Again, on the exclusive global rights to psychedelic compounds for PTSD treatment. Okay, so yeah, a lot of news about this sort of stuff now. So there's CMND. Dave is an earnings play. DAVE is an earnings play. And this has popped up. Nice move. 19% on earnings. Not very much volume yet. Okay. I'm sure, well, obviously the volume will pick up once the market opens, but there's not very much volume right now. BVS. Here's BVS. BVS is up also. Is this an earnings play? Yes. So BVS, a cheap one. This is an earnings play also. Oscar. OSCR is an earnings play. A lot of earnings plays, guys. Here's my earnings plays. Look at this. If I can't, I would not even be able to see them all. If I keep stretching my window, would not even come close to seeing them all today. So Oscar is an earnings play. OSCR is an earnings play also. Now, there was one that was almost an all-time low. I'm trying to find it. MWA, this is not the one, but MWA is an earnings play also. Bion, BYON is an earnings play also. Beyond is an earnings play. And this has room down to about 1540. So it's about $2.50 to the next low looking left. Does the sound work on iOS through Safari? Yes. You mean when you mean the sound, are you talking about putting sound alerts on Windows and things? On our alert windows? What do you mean by that, Thibault? Does the sound work on iOS through Safari? Are you talking about hearing me, or are you talking about the Trade Ideas sounds that you can put on alert windows? TWKS, cheap one. This is an earnings play also. Now, this one's got some room. 470 on the weekly chart. This has some room. Got to find the one that was an all-time low or very close to it. TDC, there you are. TDC is also an earnings play. Gapping, that's a good gap down on earnings, guys. Look at that sort of consolidation on the weekly chart. And now look at this, gapping down below all that. Zeta, Z-E-T-A. This is also an earnings play. Up almost 20% on earnings, Zeta, Z-E-T-A. A lot of people follow Palantir. PLTR is an earnings play. This had, this got up to $25 yesterday. And a few days before that, it was up to 27. Back down to 22 on earnings. Wonder if it was PTLO. Wonder if it was PTLO. Take a look at PTLO. Yeah, this is the one. So PTLO, guys, is basically Portillo's is basically an all-time low. And this is on earnings. Look at this gap down. A little consolidation on the daily chart, and now a big gap down on earnings, down 11%. That is PTLO. MTC. Now, I didn't mention the AIRE. I did not mention this. There was a reason. Okay, so this is, kind of fluffy news. They basically announced the completion of the previously announced acquisition. But there it is. I'm sure it's a low float. Self. Okay, this is now showing up. Self, SELF. Okay, wow. I don't know what's happening here. Etude. Okay, so this is a potential buyout. Okay, this company called Etude Storage Partners proposing to acquire Global Self-Service Group for $6.15 a cash, $6.15 a share per cash. I'll get it right. 16 per share cash. So it's way below. If you're wondering, well, why don't I just buy it? Because it's going to 6.15. Well, it may not happen. Now, William mentioned, I don't see this MBRX. I don't see it here. It must be. Guys, there's the TWKS on the move here. Now, of course, it's got all this room looking left on the weekly chart. Again, I'm not saying it's getting to that price, but it definitely, at least you don't have to worry about, on a weekly chart anyway, you don't have to worry about any chart resistance. So this is it's an earnings play, but plus they've named a new CEO. So I guess the market is cheering that on. D-Dog is actually having a little surge here. Okay. D-Dog's having a bit of a surge here, guys. It's earnings play. President is leaving, but not till the end of the year. All right, let's take a look at the major sectors. All right. So what you're seeing here, XLE, this is the major ETF for energy. So when you see 74% in red, that means that 74% of the stocks that make up XLE are down from yesterday's close. Okay. So again, we're in for a modestly positive open, looking at the SPY anyway. So what I'm looking for now, so there's VLO kind of going a little bit counter, more than like counter to the its sector trend, more than likely an earnings play. Interesting. It's not an earnings play. Valero is not an earnings play. So what I'm looking for is something that's really, well, okay. Look at Disney. Okay. So 68% of the stocks that make up the communications sector are up for the day. Disney is way down. Fox A is down. So Fox probably an earnings play also. Yes. Wow. Look at this. What a gap down right through. Yeah. So that, well, actually the gap down looks a lot worse. I thought it was going to be about $4 or $5, but anyway, Fox A is also gapping down on earnings along with Disney. So Thibaut, did you hear me? You asked a question. You're in our support section. Does the sound work on iOS through Safari? Yeah, it depends what you mean by support. I suppose. I'm sorry. Sound. Now, I didn't mention GP. GP, I think, is an earnings play also. So cheap. Used to see this one quite a bit. Green Power Motor Co. This is probably an all-time low. GP is an all-time low. It is not an earnings play, actually. They're doing a financing, $2.3 million financing. Rivian is on the move a little bit here, guys. This is actually an earnings play. So interesting. So Rivian is an earnings play. RIVN is an earnings play. And Apple rumor in the mix. So they're still losing money. Could be partially tied to a speculative report from Digitimes about Apple exploring a collaboration with Rivian. Okay. IBRX is on the move here, guys. IBRX is on the move. Pretty good volume, 200,000 shares already. Big float, 145 million in the float. Yeah, you almost read my mind, Casa. I was going to, I haven't seen any of the China stocks popping. So what does that mean? More than likely, yeah, look at this KWeb. KWeb's taking it on the chin this morning anyway, down 2%, 2.2%. It's had a great 2-week run though. IBRX, guys, on the move here. IBRX on the move. And TWKS, TWKX, TWKS is on the move still. Dash is down on the Uber cart deal. Okay, let's take a look at Dash. This is from Casa. Instacart partners with Uber to offer food delivery services to customers in the United States. And has Peloton given it up? PTON? No, still up there. PTON. Rumors that private equity firms consider a potential Peloton buyout. 13 straight quarters of losses. Wow. Okay, the SPY is continuing to make a little move up here. Now we have a couple of things in terms of economic on the economic calendar. So at 11:30, we've got Kashkari, one of the Fed presidents. He will be speaking at 11:30, and then we've got the bond auction, the $58 billion 3-year or note auction, 3-year note auction. That's at 1 o'clock, all times Eastern, of course. So we could have a little bit of action in the SPY at 11:30, depending on what this guy says, and of course the results of the bond or the note auction at 1 o'clock, all times Eastern. Yeah, guys, Rivian on the move here now. RIVN. Next high looking left on the weekly chart is 1150. Yes, 1150. If somehow it takes out 1150, the next highs are around 1365. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. So what I'm going to do now is get rid of the layout that you see and get the layout that I use once it's market open. So all right, guys, just waiting for my heat map to warm up. There we go. Okay, so this heat map you see here, relative strength leaders from the close. And of course, everything now that I'm going to be displaying, I am sharing on my homepage, all the scans that I've got, including this one. Now, this one looks a lot like the pre-market actives up. The only difference is I've got a minimum of 200,000 shares in here, but most of the ones we saw in the pre-market actives up will have 200,000 shares anyway. But so here we go, CMND. Now, if you have our AI, this is what I would do. All I would do is this, okay? Never mind going to the our AI channel. All I would do is this, is click on new, and then in the middle, you'll see there's our premium AI strategy trades window, okay? The trades window. That's what I would load. When you do, this is what you're going to see. You may have different column headers, but it'll be blank, should be blank. The other thing I would do is make sure in that where right beside filter, it should say none, okay? Probably if you're doing this for the first time or you haven't thought about it, probably profitable trades or something is checked. Uncheck it. I think you should see. I think you should see all of the alerts all day long. They can set up at different times, even if it's even if it could be underneath the entry suggestion price. And as you can see, this is blank. Nothing happens in this window until at least 9:40. Okay, doesn't mean something's going to happen at 9:40, but nothing until at least 9:40. So just wait for the alerts to happen. There's no video. That's, people ask, well, I need to have a video to understand how to use the AI. I'm basically, in my opinion, explaining it. Just have this window open when the alerts come in. How you trade them, of course, is going to be up to you. There's no video that's going to say, well, this is how you should trade them. Grom. Boy, I haven't seen Grom in a long time. GROM. Yeah, Penny Play is right. Yeah, this is one of those like DATs and Grom and all right, guys, just looking to see if anything. I know somebody mentioned JMIA. I think this might be an earnings play. Yes, sort of the how was this used to be billed? The Amazon of Africa. A little bit of room actually on the weekly chart. Big float, 188 million in the float. I think they did a reverse split at some point. I may be wrong. That's a big float for them to have done a reverse split, but I think maybe they had billions in. SOUN. Yeah, good day yesterday. High yesterday, let's see, 540, and the next high looking left, what it was 544. If we can get through all that, then the next high is 583. Okay, guys, I'd be really watching Disney to see whether or not it can hold this level right here. I'm going to stick an alert there, in fact, a price alert. That's about 105, 105.67. So not that far off right now. I have no idea. I've not seen that, X Lucy. Been not resolution regarding why the AI trading signal is not popping when it enters. I don't know what you mean by that. What do you mean by popping when it enters? Are you talking about are you talking about a sound alert? Talking to X Lucy, and are you guys? I've got to get. Oh, it's half an hour, 30 seconds, guys, until they open. Now, I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I try to let things settle down a little bit. Let's have a great trading day, everybody. No, I've had no problems. Actions, play sound, setup sound. I've had no problems hearing out when it enters. So I'm not sure. There's no resolution on my part anyway. I've never had a problem. Just a normal sound. Okay, guys, we're now open. If you're having a problem, you might want to go to info@trade-ideas.com, or I can give you my homepage and you can have a chat with somebody. But because I just don't have that same problem. Oh man, there's Disney, guys. This is a big area for Disney. So if you go to my homepage and the little box will pop up that says "Need help," and when you finally get to chat, that's what you want. All right. So again, it's very early. Starbucks, guys. Starbucks on the move down. Starbucks on the move down. This is showing up in my 10-day daily breakdown, and right off the bat. Now, this was an earnings play a few days ago. Boy, I'm wondering here on the Starbucks. I know I don't usually take these this early, but for whatever reason, it is weakening again from earnings. From not earnings today, but meanwhile, the SPY is putting a nice little move. Nice hour, guys. So an hour up. Now this is the first 15-minute candle opening. I'm seeing band, B-A-N-D, band. All right, guys, Starbucks is getting weaker now. And that, of course, is SBUX. It's showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown. Ooh, BYON. That was, man, another quick one. BYON. Now got down to 1657. The alert was at 1707. Right back up. There's a good example of why I don't like to trade in the first 15 minutes. All right, MTC halted, guys. MTC has been halted on the way up. MTC halted on the way up. And let's see, where could it open? First showing of the time and sales from Interactive Brokers. This is the blue screen you see here. Nothing to do with trade ideas. To say that every single time, people wonder, where is this on trade ideas? This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers, okay? There's the halt price, 374. Potential, not really telling us, giving us a big clue where it could open. This column here, again, this number will change. Yeah, IP. Wasn't this in the news a few maybe back here or here? Potential takeover. Starbucks, guys, SBUX. Yeah, okay. I upped the price range, okay? I upped the price range. Probably you have, I don't know if you've got it at 35 or 40 or 50. I've upped the price range and everything to $100, okay? That's why. That's in the abnormal option activity. Everything is now up to $100, okay? Nothing else. I didn't do anything else. I have not changed anything else as far as I can remember. Just 2 to 100. That's it. Everything else is the same, I believe. Now, did you just load it? Torty, did you just load it? That's the reason. Okay. If you don't load it, because you're not going to see this happened right at 9:30. That's the reason. You're only going to see the last one or two. Okay. But if you don't load it right at the open, you're not going to, you'll typically what happens is when you load one of my scans, you'll see the last one. Okay. But you won't see earlier ones. So you can see Starbucks alerted right at the open. So that's the reason. Just one moment, please. All right, another one just showed up is, wow, Suze, S-U-Z, Susano. Is this an earnings play? It is not an earnings play. Out of Brazil. Suze is, thank you. Okay. Thank you very much. So they're the ones who are looking to buy IP. I should have, yeah, should have, no, not necessarily, but I know you were talking about a Brazilian company. So, all right, now Bion, BYON, 1525. 1525 is the next low looking left on the weekly chart. So this still has room. Son of a, look at the Bion now. Tank, good morning. Look at the Bion now. I was more concentrating on the Starbucks, to be honest, but you know why? You know what? I shouldn't have concentrated so much on the Starbucks. It is not an earnings play today, had it been, but Bion is. Great alert. Great alert here, guys. Look at this. Alert at 1707 for Bion on a short. But now it's popped up, but it did get down to 1633. All right, it is now 9:40, and we do have an AI alert. And what's the market doing? So the market is still so bottoming tail, topping tail on the first 15 minute, but the market is still really quite strong right now. Boy, MTC has not opened yet. This is a long halt now, guys. 9:34. Yeah, so this is going to be more than a 5-minute halt. If you're unfamiliar with halts, typically they are 5 minutes long. A volatility halt, anyway, is usually 5 minutes long. So this is obviously more than 5 minutes. And PLTN, it just got halted also. But this does not look good. Did it get halted on the way down? It doesn't look like it. This is the potential open. That's not good when you're halted at 887. Again, this number can easily fluctuate, of course. Well, MTC, I mean, when it opens, now here's our projected open, maybe around 387. There's the halt at 374. Okay, there's the Portillos now, guys. This is an all-time low. All-time low now for Portillos. This is an earnings play, PTLO. All right, let's see if Portillo's takes out, the alert was at 11:05. I'm waiting to see if it takes out 11 again. The low in the pre-market was 1050. See if we get down to 1095 or so. All right, MTC just opened. How did it? Look at that. So is it possible that it can get back down to 374? Not likely now. Look at that MTC now, guys. The reason I said about the 374, sometimes what I do is if a stock pops and then it drops down below the halt price and then it gets through the halt price again, I'll take the trade. But it is too far gone now. All right, guys. Well, here, let's see now. The PTLO. So here's a gap down and go, guys. The Geo is a gap down and go. This is, yeah, it's an earnings play. Prison stock, as I like to call it. All right. Well, Peloton, I mean, it's making a market high. Okay. Now there's the pre-market high for Peloton, PTON. Rumor that somebody, a private equity buyout, might be in PTLO, guys. PTLO. What was the news for this one? MTC. Any news on this one? No news. Thank you, Tank. No news on the MTC. Okay. Here's the. Wow, it's not even a. I can't believe that float. It's hard for me to believe that's the float. So let me. Wow, that is the float. That is an amazing move. I mean, that we I've just verified another source, 198 million in the float, up 87%, and we can't find any news. At least I can't. Oh man, Bion just continues down. So if you took this one, 1543 is your next low. There's the SGBX from yesterday, guys. I'm intrigued by it. Let's see if it gets over 5 again. Okay. They did a financing. I think the financing was 285. So it's still above the, well above the financing price. And I'm talking about the SGBX. Come on, Portillo. I'm in this one, guys. I am short this Portillo. Just hasn't really moved yet. The PTLO. Okay. Well, let me keep putting some price alerts in. Wow. Yeah. There's the SGBX. I mean, this could get really interesting, guys, if it takes out 5. The high yesterday was 537. Of course, the high the day before that was way up here. So it has shrugged off the financing news. It really hasn't affected it at all. Palantir continues down, I believe. Palantir, yes, Palantir. PLTR. Now the next low looking left is 2161. So it takes that out. Underneath that, 2062. So there would be $1. You know what, guys? I'm out of the PTLO flush. I'm reading out what you said, JK. I'm out flat. Flat meaning I made nothing. Okay. I might look at it later. It just didn't have I thought it would have a nicer collapse, but it did not. Not yet, anyway. If it gets into the 70s, I may look at it later on. All right. Ever, EVR, EVER, ever on the move here. Ever quote. This is earnings play also. All right, guys. I'm actually somewhat interested in this SUZ, SUZ. I'm maybe a little bit late through the 200-day moving average. They are buying. Yeah, they're looking to buy this IP. They put, I guess, a proposal. Maybe not. 10.7. Well, 1072 is the next low. If somehow it gets through that. G-Sun, you guys are talking about G-Sun, okay? Do I see? Oh, that's right here, front and center, G-Sun. This came out of nowhere, really, G-Sun, because I don't think I saw this in the pre-market. Yeah, nothing happened in the pre-market. Look at this. Yeah, no kidding. Golden Sun Health Tech out of China. Now there's a low float, 1 million in the float. There is a low float. Reverse split today, okay? So they announced the share. They announced it on the 17th. When did it actually happen? Was it on the 17th, which was last month, or was it effective today? Usually when they announce it, it's usually effective pretty soon. Yeah. So the G-Sun float, I probably was a 10, 1 for 10, right? Because now we've got a little over 1 million draw. Yeah. So 419. So that is in effect. Is GoGo an earnings play? GoGo is an earnings play through the 200-day moving average. Actually, GoGo is an earnings play. Another earnings play, guys. AMBC. The next high looking left, pretty close though on the weekly chart. Anyway, AMBC pretty close. Yeah, so far the market's not liking. Well, this is typical. Can be typical anyway. The acquiring company gets hit, and there's the SUZ moving down on that IP news. Some pretty choppy action now in the SPY, guys. Look at that first 15-minute candle, a big topping tail, a big bottoming tail, closed here. Second candle, big topping tail, big bottoming tail. So a little bit of uncertainty right now. So Shady will short Disney at 106.35, just to interpret what he is saying for people who don't know. So he will short Disney at 106.35. If it hits, it's not there right now, of course. And if he does, then he's going to put a 107 stop, 65-cent stop on it. Big level right there, man. I mean, look what it did. It did get below. There on the weekly chart is at 105.83. And it did get down below it briefly, 105. Because if it takes this out in any great fashion, look underneath 96 on the weekly chart. GFS, guys, is this a gold play, GFS, or no? No, not a gold play. Wow, GFS through the 200-day moving average now also. Earnings play, maybe. Look at all this, though. This could be coming into some resistance pretty soon here, right around that 56 mark. Look at the weekly chart. A lot of action right around $56. So it could be coming into some resistance. Okay, self is over 5 now. Global self storage, probably a low float. Yeah, 10 million in the float. trying to see if there's any news on it. Has earnings a couple of days from now, May 9th, after the market closes. So has earnings coming up, and that is SELF. Ah, that's right. That's right. There's a proposal to buy them out at 6:15. Okay, forget about it. So far, nothing shaking from our AI today. I mean, there are some alerts, but nothing really magical happening yet. I'd be keeping an eye on that SGBX just in case it takes out 5 later on. And that's the SGBX. All right, BVS guys, BVS, this could get interesting. This is over $1 now. BVS, it's an earnings play over a dollar, over the whole number, $5. You can kind of see if it can take out 510. Takes out 510. There was the high in the pre-market way up here at 574. So keep an eye on BVS. It's not a low float, 62 million. They don't all have to be low, of course, but so keep an eye on, I put an alert around 510 for BVS if it takes it out. And because now there is a high over here, 529, but there is a high in the pre-market at 574, and that is for BVS. All right, guys. So BVS is now at that 510 level. Okay, I got to make up my mind now. 506, 509 bid ask, so it's not terrible. All right, guys, I'm in it. Let's see if this a little bit worried maybe about this area here, 528, but if I can take that out, I'm hoping that that pre-market high might be a bit of a magnet for people, but we'll see. Okay, watching it, this is kind of right where I bought it. So now the spread's widened a bit. Come on. There we go. A little bit of a move now. Big area. Just got to take this out right there. All right, here's another one, guys. ATGL just got halted. This is, let's see, it's not a SPAC. I thought it might have been a SPAC. Alpha Tech. Well, let's see, where could it open? 563, so no big clue here. There's the halt. Again, this is from Interactive Brokers, nothing to do with trade ideas, okay? This blue screen you see here, 562 the halt. Potential open in this column, but you can see, I mean, this doesn't, it's not absolute. In other words, they're not written in stone. This number can fluctuate, as you just see. Now, out of the BVS, guys, again, flat. This is the theme right now. Flat, good exit. I will put an alert up in the 523 level again. I had some profit in it, but I got a little bit greedy. Was looking for more, hoping it would break through that 521 mark. It just didn't do it, but it could happen later. So I do have an alert set in that 520 area. So Shade, excuse me, Shady's in the DIS now. Disney. So there's that GSUN. GSUN is finally pull back a lot. Not really. Regains compliance with NASDAQ. Yeah, there's the 200-day moving average. Not that it really should matter, but there is the 200-day moving average. BVS is right back. It's, I don't know, it's pretty erratic. And for me, it's erratic. I know for others, it may not be. If I were, I had too much, well, I had the number of shares I wanted, but I would have to dial back a bit. Yeah, I guess people not believing this PTON. Right. This is the SPAC, guys. Not too interested. I mean, it may go crazy, but yesterday, don't think I really saw it yesterday. 1350 got up to 1350. Somebody mentioned MSGM. I'm seeing it now, right here. Okay, so it did briefly get through the 200-day moving average, briefly, which is at 304 or so, 305. It got up to 316, pull back down. Let's see if it takes it out again. If it does, the next high is 319, but that is what we'd be shooting for. That meaning this 349, 350 level, probably a low float. Yeah. And it's an earnings play. Okay. This is actually an earnings play. MSGM. Yeah. Look at the BVS. Too erratic for me. All right, JMIA. Now, this is, I don't mind mentioning it now. This is from our AI. You can see the alert is at 6:51. Coming into, I mean, it's, 7:09. That's, I guess, far enough away. Interesting day, guys. I mean, there's nothing in my combo scan yet. Nothing. And this should, I would have thought they'd have a few by now, especially we're, heavily into earnings season now. Don't like this one. Pops up every now and then. My size, MYSZ, is just so. Look, I mean, look at this daily chart. So when I say I don't like something, I got nothing against the company specifically, but I hate. Look at this chart. Look at all these topping tails, and not so many bottoming tails. But again, what does it mean? Now, maybe today will be different. But what does it mean? It means that at one point, for instance, on this day back here, April 23rd, it got up to 543, and it sold right back down to 4. Uh, and so they're not holding the gains. So again, okay, so they've regained compliance. Okay, look at the weekly chart, the same thing. Hard to, for me anyway, to commit when I see a chart like that. Well, guys, I mean, Palantir is now starting to move down, and the next low is 2064. So about $1 to the next low on the daily chart for Palantir PLTR. It is an earnings play. Released earnings after hours yesterday. You can see the reaction. That's at mauve area on my 15-minute chart. That is the reaction. Kind of choppy, but this tan area though, this is the pre-market for, and so it has been since the market opened, basically moving down. So guys, this is why you have a stop. Okay, look at the PTLO. Whoops. I could have got very stubborn. Okay. I mean, I love the fact that it showed up on my 10-day daily breakdown. It was at 11:05. Took the short. And, got out basically flat. But what if I said to myself, you know what? I think this is still going to move down. Look at that pre-market low. I'm going to hang on to it. I don't care. Look at it now, 1176. The importance of having a stop, get out when the trade is not working. All right, Geo maybe trying to have a bit of a bounce here. Geo, but it's very choppy. It's hard for me to look at these sort of patterns. Okay, what happened with the ATGL? So got halted at 562, kind of resumed, and then it's halted on the way down? Or is it just opened? Okay. Yeah, here's our SPY here. So really choppy action so far. BuzzFeed, BZVD, guys. This is on the move here. This is shortable for me too. I mean, this looks like it's coming into some resistance, potential resistance. All right, I mentioned ever earlier, EVER. This is an earnings play, EVER. Post market got up to 24.42. So obviously this is an earnings play, released earnings after hours yesterday. That's that move area. The initial reaction today was way down here, but so it's been kind of all over the place. They did a reverse split yesterday. Okay, thank you, Draw. That's the BuzzFeed, BZBZ, All right, guys, MSGM on the move here. MSGM on the move through the 200-day moving average. And the next high is 351. So this is on the move. Very low float, 1.2 million in the float. It is an earnings play. But if it somehow gets through that, the next high is way up here at around 415 or so. So an interesting day. I mean, I'm not saying, in the 10-day daily breakdown, the buy on was, if you took it right at the alert, it would have been great, but not seeing a lot of follow through on the 10-day daily breakdown today. Not as much as I've seen over the last, say, 5 or 6 days. Okay, guys. Well, let's take a look at my homepage and I'll show you the scans that I'm currently sharing. All right. So when you click on my homepage link, first, this is what you're going to see. So if you do want to take out a subscription right now, here's a promo code you can use. You'll get 15% off the first month only, or the entire year of Trade Ideas. And all I ask is this is a free room. How do we keep it free? Well, if you take out a subscription, sometime in the future and you use my code, that'll the room will get credit for the subscription, and that will really help to keep the room free. It's that simple, okay? If you do take out a subscription, you must do the get started. 10 short videos. The first one, either download and install, first startup and login, introduction to scans, top list windows, alert windows. This is a software program. There is a bit of a learning curve. What we've tried to do here is cover all the important aspects of trade ideas, okay? And it's very short videos. If you're new to trading, Trading 101, this is free. Today's Tuesday. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together. He'll be in our YouTube room. He'll relieve me between 12 and 1, and he is the one who put this together, the Trading 101. And this is free. Stock of the Day video that I do. You can sign up for it right here. Trade of the Week is also free. You will get this before the market opens Monday mornings. I don't think it did briefly trigger yesterday, okay? Now, if you sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, check your spam folder. If you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Big education section is here. This is our user guide, getting started series again, and daily support. So as I said before, I take a break between 12 and 1. One or the other trader takes over for me in our YouTube room. And today being Thursday, it should be Michael Noss. I will confirm that before I do take my break. I don't know what you mean. My trigger window not showing up. I don't know what you mean, Isaiah. My trigger window not showing up. I need a little, this is from our main room. I need a little more information about that. I don't know what you mean by that. I'm interested in Disney also. I'm just going to be a little more conservative, and I'm going to wait and see if it can take this out again. Right there, that little that low right there is 105.83, not far away. Trade of the week is what stock? I can't remember. Somebody will know. I know. I think it triggered by a couple of pennies yesterday. SMR. Thank you. Yeah, SMR. See if it is back up today. Yeah. So the trigger, I believe, this was yesterday, of course. So the trigger, the high. Whoops. Why am I getting an alert here for SYT? Aha. Interesting. Interesting. How much volume is there? No volume. Can't do it. Yeah, so the trigger for SMR, so the high was 635. I want to say it was 630 or so. So in theory, it did trigger. Thank you. It was 630? Okay. All right. So you're talking about on your price alert window, Isaiah. So when you set a price alert on your chart, so let me put a price alert right here, and hopefully it'll trigger immediately. See how it triggered? So my price alert window popped up on my screen. That's because I minimize it. Okay, I minimize it, and so when I stock hits my price alert, it'll pop up on my screen. Okay. And it's just a matter, you go to your chart and you set your price alert. Now, if you're telling me, What should you do when it hits? Well, that's up to you, of course. You're the one who set the price. If that's actually the question, you're setting a price alert, right? Because there's a price in which you want to be alerted at for some reason. So if it hits, well, then that's up to you if you're going to take the trade, of course. Is that your question, or is there some other question? All right. Well, if you click on new and price alert window, there's your price alerts window. Are you using our downloadable application or the web-based version? They're available in both, but okay. So you're using. So when you click on new, do you not get your price? Have you ever set a price alert before? When you click on new and then price alert, do you not get this pop up? Now, if you don't see it, maybe it's hidden behind something. Do you not get the price alert window when you click on new and then price alerts window? So is it possible it's hidden behind something? If you do this, I don't know on my your taskbar, if you hover over trade ideas, the icon, like I have a, well, if I just do this, let me just show you. So if I lift this up a bit, so if I hover over TI, I can show all the screens I've got open. Okay. And do you not see price alerts? Maybe it's hidden behind something. That I can't help you. I have no idea why your price alert window is not showing up. I mean, there's no magic to it in terms of something more you have to do. I mean, if you click, I mean, I can, if I click on new, I can actually have another price alert window show up, the same as this. Well, you're not clicking on, and you're clicking on new price alerts window, not alert window, but new price alerts window, not alert window, price alerts window. Sounds like you're clicking on alert window like this. That's not what we're talking about. Ah, okay, no problem, no problem. Okay, just and then what I do, I always minimize it, okay, because I minimize the window, my price alerts window, because then what happens is when I get an alert, it'll pop up on my screen. I won't miss it. That's okay, Isaiah. You know, it's a common mistake. Now, let me continue. I think let me continue on my homepage link and where you can find my scans. Okay, so we've covered all this. And now, if you're looking for my scans and you click on my homepage link, scroll down to the center section, click here, and here are the scans that I am currently sharing, okay? What I use in the pre-market actives up and down. This relative strength leaders is right here, okay? I know I've just abbreviated it. It's the same from the close. It is just abbreviated. The combo scan, which I love, just not no action on it today. The breakouts, the breakdowns, and the breakouts. This is now I don't have them in what I call the doc. They're individual scans, okay? You can pick and choose what you want. This is the don't repeat versions, and this is the repeating version. Okay, abnormal option activity. So here are the scans that I am currently sharing. Halts resumes is over here. So I don't share a layout exactly. You can kind of pick and choose what you might like. All right, Disney getting very close to where I may want to short it. Just looking at this area right there, that low is so close, 105.83. You can see that if it takes this out, right underneath, 96.46. Now, I'm not saying it's going to get there if it takes this out, but what is Apple? Does Apple release? I know they're having some kind of an event today, I think. I think I read they're having some kind of an event. Oh, they've already released. Of course, they've released. So that's behind us. Apple introduces the new M4 next gen, new iPad Pro, uses the M4 chip. This Design Therapeutics, saw this one earlier. Not a bad move now, DSGN. So I'm still watching. Well, I don't really have to watch it. I've got my price alert set, but the SGBX, just in case it takes out 5 later on, it's way up here. I know that's way up here, but if it can take out 5 and might get rolling again. All right, Disney right at that level now, guys. I may take it right now. Okay, I've joined you guys on the Disney short. Let's see if it how much more room it has. Well, it's got lots of room, of course, but let's see if it keeps moving down. And Disney, of course, is an earnings play. It did break down to 105.24 earlier. So maybe a bit of a magnet, but this is, boy, look at that weekly chart. No, we don't have, okay, ambient art. So a question in our YouTube room, we don't have, I think I understand what you're talking about. Projected halt levels, no. Interactive Brokers does not. I guess there might be a broker that does, but I've never really considered that it would mean anything to me, to be honest. Because when we see a stock moving, you can almost somewhat predict that it's going to get halted. Okay, so Lightspeed has it. Okay, yeah, I know. I knew there was a broker that, or maybe there's several brokers, but yeah, Interactive Brokers does not. Now, if Disney gets over 106, I'm out. I'll maybe attempt to do it again, but if it gets over 106, I'm out. It's right at 106. And that's me. I'm just trying to, I'm sure Shady will keep in it. There was something I've never looked at, the 20 EMA. See, ambient art for me, if I had seen that, if we did have something that showed the halts, a potential halt area, and it was the first one, I wouldn't be out. Usually the first halt is pretty good, but I'd be using it differently. I'd be. Yeah, man, this design, I did not take this design. That's DSGN. It's not an earnings play. Oh, okay, good. It was close to getting out of it, but okay, let's play the create a price alert game and try to induce it down. All right. Now, if you're new to the room, we have two rooms, the YouTube room and the main room, as I call it, the main room. YouTube room, both see me, or see my screen and hear me. The main room is a lot more activity in terms of traders. Okay. Give me a moment. So welcome. What I wanted to say is welcome to the rooms. Okay. If you're new, welcome. Keep an eye on the SGBX, guys, if it takes out 5 in a big way. All right, Disney. Yes. Well, I was a little later. I mentioned in the pre-market that this would be a very important level. I thought anyway, right there, 105, the 105.83 level. So I did wait for a 106 break, and the reason for me anyway, I thought it was important because then when you look at the weekly chart, look underneath. There's your next low. Nobody's saying it's going to happen. So you've got what is your price range now on the combo scan? Obviously, it's over 100 OV. Almost did a spit take there when I had my coffee. Okay, 250. So, what is Trade Ideas? Anybody new? What is Trade Ideas? So we are a scanner. All right, that's what we excel at. We are a scanner, a real-time alert scanner. A lot of screening programs out there that kind of claim to be scanners. We don't have to claim to be, we absolutely are. So when you take a look at this, this is an alert window. That's why it's an A in the upper left-hand corner. And if I right-click on it and I click on Configure, in summary, okay, this is just an idea of an alert window that I put together. What I'm looking for here are stocks between $1 and $100. The current volume is at least 3, meaning it's trading at least 3 times normal up to this time of day. It is time of day sensitive. This gives it the momentum. The volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal, 5 minutes, 400% of normal, etc. So this is the screening aspect. This is the real-time alert. Okay, so if a stock makes a new high of the day, and has satisfied all these conditions, we'll get a real-time alert. So the last time this happened, well, it's happening right now. NYC, okay, NYC, you can see every time it made a new high and it satisfied all these conditions. So these are all real-time alerts. So that's what we're really, really good at, okay? Real-time alerting. Now, so if you like this scan the way it is, fine, you can have it. It's on my homepage. But of course, if you want to make an adjustment, you can. If you don't like this price range or something else about it, you can, of course, make an adjustment, or you can take it just as it is. Now, if you want to build your own scans, of course, you can. If I click on search this time, and you'll see right at the top, new high and new low. These are all of the real-time alerts that we've got. This is, again, the two most popular by far, the new high of the day and the new low of the day. But we have a lot of other real-time alerts. I'm scrolling down through them. And if I get down to these icons, these are the filter icons, okay? So when you're looking at this for the first time, don't think, well, that's it for this program. It's way too complicated. You don't have to learn them all, okay? The only reason there are so many of them is that when the company started over 20 years ago, they felt that most people probably would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to build a scan. So they had to create enough different real-time alerts and filters to satisfy all the different trading styles out there. Okay? So I only use, for instance, my scan, the way I trade, I only need the new high and the new low. That's doesn't mean the rest of these are bad. It just means that in my trading style, all I care about seeing new high and the new low of the day. And then when we look at the filters, I have some very through 105. Yes. You know, I want to see my price range, minimum volume, maybe a minimum relative volume. I use very few of the filters, but that's my trading style. I have a fairly simple trading style. Okay. So that is what Trade Ideas is really all about. All right. Now we're at 105 now for Disney. I want to see a real big break of 105. All right, guys, I'm back. If you miss me, I don't see BLDR hitting the Pepe scan. I don't see it. Now, why don't I see it? Oh, I see. Okay, because 170. I got you. Okay. Well, I wonder actually then. My guess is that Disney would have also, for sure. Disney would have hit it also. Obviously, it's a 10-day daily break. The relative volume is over 8. The option volume is 236%. Yeah, so that would have hit also. What was the price? Just out of curiosity. We're talking about this one here, guys. I've only got I got self here, but it's a little cheap. But my max price is $100 here, and that's what I was saying. You can take my scans and you can adjust them. You want to have a different price range. So what was the trigger? Where was it? In fact, I know where it was. It was probably at 105.36, right? 105.26, because it would have had to have taken out the low of the day. Because I'm just looking here. The low of the day, that's that 9:30 candle, was 105.26. So yeah, it would have before it would have triggered in that scan. It has to take out the low of the day. All right, so the market is still doing its little dance around this area. So not much happening, not much movement in the overall market. So I'm starting now to look at some of the bounce plays, the gap down and reversals, to see if there's anything interesting. I haven't seen this one for a bit. Newsy, N-U-Z-E, guys. N-U-Z-E, the high looking left is 208. And it's probably a low float. Yeah, it's a low float, 1.12 million in the float. Yeah, I've covered some myself now. Okay, the right at just underneath that 105. Okay, I have covered some of the Disney myself. Wow, the NUZE just ripping here now, guys. The next high again is up here now, 278. Look at this thing go. I don't any news on this one. Can't see any. You know what the news is? It's a low float, and somewhere in the world, Somewhere in the world, somebody wants this. Actually, you know what? This is a great alert from our AI. I completely missed it. Completely missed it. Look at this, 52.69 to short, 49.61 now. That's right now as we speak, a 5.7% move. Now the HIMS would have been a bit of a challenge. I mean, we had the alert at 12.15. It did get up to 12.89. I would have certainly taken some profit. Hey, look at the market now, guys, putting in a nice big green candle now. Now somebody is talking at 11:30. Okay, we got this. One of the Fed presidents, Kashkari, is talking at 11:30, and then we have the 3-year note auction, 58 billion. And look at the NUZE halted now. So what I'm looking for in these bounce plays, guys, I'm looking at BYON as an example, okay? But I'm wanting to pay quite a bit of attention to this 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart. So if a stock is bouncing and it closes above it, that'll give me a little more confidence to perhaps take the trade. This is something that Steve Gomez, those of you who know who I'm talking about, at Trade Ideas, he's in our YouTube room on Thursdays, and he preaches the 10 SMA and the 15-minute chart. That's that orange line. So the Dow's up, the Nas is up a little, SPY's up a little. Now this is we call this a trading and support room. Okay, so if you do have questions, don't be shy. Okay, you can ask me questions all day long, obviously about the product itself. But if you have maybe some market questions, even if I can't answer, maybe somebody in the room will be able to, or I'll be able to direct you maybe one of the other traders at Trade Ideas. It's always a good idea. We have, as I say, I take a break between 12 and 1. One of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. We have 5 traders, 5 days of the week. It works out perfectly. And I think it's a good idea to head over because we all have different trading styles. So for instance, Michael Noss at Trade Idea, Michael Noss, who should be in today, he's a swing trader and I'm not. So there you go. News is halted, yes. NUZE is still halted, and it got halted at 10:50 plus 55 seconds. So if this is going to be a 5-minute halt, this will open. No, not quite. Still got a ways to go. Almost 10:56. Now, Arwood, isn't this this is a SPAC, so be careful. Ooh, guys, SGBX. I don't know why, but I'm so intrigued by this one. I mean, it's ugly right now. I mean, in terms of the topping tails and bottoming tails, it's very ugly. But if it can get over 5, and the high yesterday was 540, but I think if it gets over those levels, traders will be looking at this up here, which was about 2 days ago. They did a financing. Financing is about $2 underneath the current price, so that's good. Company's not being hit too hard on that financing. Well, not being hit at all. And the financing was yesterday. It was announced yesterday. $4 million private placement, and at 290, yeah, I guess 290 a share. Okay, 290 a share. So, we're almost $2 above that. All right, let's see where it opened now. NUZE. So it got halted at what price? 257. So it's below the halt price, but really below. Yeah, hard to. Something's happening with this market. Yeah, that's a little bit too below. I mean, it may pop right back up through that halt price at 257, but for me, that's too much of a pullback. Okay, guys. Well, I'm totally out of my Disney short, so wasn't too bad. Look at this market now, guys. Something's putting a bit of a charge into the market. Y10. Why don't I see Y10? Why do I not see Y10? You saying this got halted? Really? I mean, my minimum volume is 20,000 shares, so oh, are you talking about you're talking news, NUZE was halting again, perhaps. Okay. I thought you meant Y10 was. Okay. Okay, guys. SGBX now. Okay, now it's over 5 now. Big level is yesterday's high, 539, and then maybe this will. And what's the volume like? Volume is not bad. Now, relative volume is not good. I mean, there's no question. I mean, yesterday we had 80 million, 92 million. Okay, so the volume is not great. That's an issue. That is an issue. It's all about the float, though. I think we discovered yesterday that float was in the ballpark. Yeah, 920,000. So we've got 540. I mean, it's in the ballpark. I know you're going to say, well, that's double, but it's anything under 1 million shares is ridiculously low. The problem is that the volume isn't great. I mean, 348,000 is just not a lot of volume compared to yesterday. I mean, look at the volume yesterday, 90, what did I say it was? 92 million. So that basically traded the float, a little more than 92 times. And you see what happened. I mean, it's just, yeah, it's just, this is, this is very ugly, guys. I mean, now understand, just because I had a price alert there didn't mean that's where I want to take the trade. I just wanted to know when it got over 5, number one. Okay. Look at it now. Okay. Ugly, ugly, ugly with no volume, or not enough volume. All right, GMI now coming right into this is, if you took this one from the AI or some other area, JMIA, there's your high 709. That's on the week, that's on the daily chart. And also, well, that's the daily high. Okay. That is the next high on the daily chart for JMIA. So you're getting very close to that level. Wow, this one I missed. Well, I didn't miss it. I saw it, but I did not take it. DSGN, DSGN. Just want to see if there's any news on this one. I don't see any news today. You know, other than participating in a RBC Capital Markets conference of some sort, healthcare conference. But aha, okay. Here is your news. Really, here's your news. I don't know if somebody posted this earlier, but this is really the news. Okay, Piper Sandler has raised its target price to $12 from $6. That is really the news. Now, is it going to get to 12? Nobody knows. But Piper Sandler, you know, pretty good reputation, I guess. All right, Disney now. I'm interested. I'm interested if it gets down below 105 again and challenges those lows. Yes, Law 240. I can give you a promo code. First, go to my homepage. Talking to Law 240 in our YouTube, in our main room. So if you click on my homepage link, and there is a promo code you can use, you'll get 15% off first month only or the entire year. Okay. And you'll see we basically have 4 plans. We have a standard monthly and annual and a premium monthly and annual. Ugly. Look at this RWOD now. Yeah, it's just a little too erratic for me. I mean, this could just rocket, I guess, and use REE, but it's just a little too erratic for me. You know what's trying to come back, guys, is Diamond Dog. I know it's not Diamond Dog, but DDOG trying to come back a little bit here. Earnings play, president's leaving, but not till the end of the year. So I don't think this was not a big shock. I'm going to stick an alert at 117. That's the high of the day, I believe. That's actually the high in the pre-market. And see if it takes this out, because if it does, maybe it's got obviously a ton of room. Yeah, Piper Sandler's an analyst. Yes. Question in our YouTube room. So I know this is showing up in the combo scan. Okay, JMIA. My problem though is that high right there. Okay, that is my problem. If it gets through that high, it would have a little bit of room to about the 757 area, but it just kind of prevents me from taking it. Well, my alerts have definitely slowed down now. I'm not seeing so many. No, what about this one? Okay, this could be interesting. AHCO it is an earnings play. Market is, in sort of a bounce mode. You can see that. It's over that 10 SMA. Closed above it, 1005. So let's see if this had, well, look at that. Now it just dropped. Let's see if that 10 SMA holds it, because it's got room to 1060, right? You can see right up here. Wow, look how, this is ugly. If you got in it early and you've been able to hold on, more power to you. But this is really, really ugly looking, this MSGM. Look at all these topping tails. These poor buyers, they had it up here and then the sellers knock it down. Again, this one up here, sellers knock it down way down here. Now the buyers had it up here, sellers knocked it down. Now this candle is not closed yet, but really tough. There's the SUZ making another new low, guys. So this is the company that is looking to buy IP, Brazilian company looking to buy IP. 1040 is the next low looking left. Now, what's the likelihood that an American company can be bought by a Brazilian company? $15 billion bid for international paper. Now I know. Now this is why IP was in. They agreed to buy that's right, the British, and now this Brazilian company is looking to buy international paper after they spent 7.2 billion to buy this Mondi. Interesting. Is that Purdue? You mean the pharmaceutical that is very beloved? Oh no, 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 no. You're talking. That was the other chicken. Okay. And of course, I was kidding. All right, let me see if anything is sneaking in here in this scan. Dave is an earnings play, and it's ugly. Okay, ugly, and just not a great trend. I mean, just up, down, chopping around. All I'm looking for is some kind of a better looking trend. Diamond Dogs, guys, DDOG, Data Dog is getting close to that high. Getting closer and closer, about $1 away. All right, I'm going to watch to see this TGLS that I missed from our AI earlier, but it could have. Takes out 50 again. I'm going to stick an alert around 49.87. This is an earnings play. Must be an earnings play. Yes, this is an earnings play. No, it isn't. Excuse me, it is not an earnings play. It appears a release on the 9th, a couple of days from now. But let's see, a price target has been cut. Okay, there's got to be a reason this is moving down like it is. Down 9%. Barrett had put a $64 price target on it. There's got to be some reason that I cannot see. I mean, earnings are coming up unless people are thinking earnings are going to be bad and they're selling ahead, but that's a pretty big sell-off. Disney is challenging 105 again. DIS challenging 105 again. All right, this has some room, guys. Recon, RCON has some room. I mean, the next high looking left, other than today's high, is up here around 252. 251 to be exact. Boy, sorry guys. I mean, I don't know what the charts are going to look like until I click on the alert, but these are so ugly. SOPA, so ugly. AMBC did make a new high. I think it's an earnings play. Yeah, this is an earnings play. AMBC made a new high. Amber Financial. And the next high, let's see if that stops at 1780 is the next high looking left. A lot of shares available at Interactive Brokers for me anyway, 1.36 million to short. Pre-market high was 18. That high there is 1780, so around the same. So Bloomin' Brands here. This is a little bit on the comeback trail, guys. I mean, it's still down for the day, down 69 cents. It's down for the day, but I'm sorry, it's down from yesterday's close, but it's at the high of the day. Now, again, we don't count the pre-market, but it is very close to at the high of the day. So it is trying to put a bounce in. All right, Vino. Vino is halted, guys. So now this one, 668. This is one I could be very interested in, depending on what happens. So here's the halt price, 575. I may not get my wish. 605, you can see right here, is the potential open, but it is early. Now 732. Hard to believe that's going to last. And again, this blue screen you see here, this is from Interactive Brokers, okay? Nothing to do with trade ideas, nothing to do with trade ideas. There's your halt price, 575. Now, you see, I did not think this 732 would last. Well, as their name Vino, they're into hospitality and winery operations. So my wish would be that maybe when it opens, maybe it pops a little bit above the 575, comes back down through the 575, but not like way down. Maybe maybe no lower than 550, and then it pops through 575 again, and then I may take that trade. Won't know, of course, until it opens. So what I can do is just put a price alert around 563, see if it takes that out. And I'll do that sometimes on the first halt, not on the second or third, but on the first halt. I found that can be an interesting way to try to play something coming out of a halt. $11.19, guys. So in about 40 minutes, I'll be relieved in our YouTube room. Just want to make sure it is, well, I'll find out who it is. One moment. Yeah, excuse me. One moment, please. Yeah. Okay, so Peter said he is in our YouTube room, added the average directional index to the single stock window. Your research says it should be above 25% for a day trader. Your thoughts? Unfortunately, I have none because I don't use it. I've never used it. So I don't know if anybody else has used the average directional index. I just have no thoughts on it because I've never used it. But if your research says it should be above 25%, why not try that? But I can't help. It's possible that if you hang around for 40 minutes, it's possible that maybe Michael will have a better idea of it. He does use more indicators than I do. Whether he uses that one though, I don't know. I use very, very, very few indicators. I've got the 200-day moving average. That's a blue line on my daily chart. And I've, looking at that 10 SMA and the 15-minute chart. That's it. I'm aware of where the VWAP is, but I mean, really, that's it for me. Now, that doesn't mean that people shouldn't be using other indicators if they can find a way to use them and they can make money doing it. Great. And yes, I just did get a confirmation. It'll be Michael Noss in our YouTube room in about 35 minutes or so. So, Peter, you might want to hang on. He may have an idea about the ADI. So you can see that D-Dog did not get through that. So maybe now this turns into a continuation short, though it's pretty, yeah, I don't think there's a huge edge right now. Disney is getting closer to my potential re-entry. It's down to these levels here. Well, of course, the attraction is that weekly chart right there. I mean, that low right there is a huge attraction. It's just got to, take out 105 again in a big way. I mean, it's down, 10% almost, which is a big move with 1.83 billion in the float. Just One moment, please. All right, JMIA now still, getting closer to that level, which is that 709. Now, BVS, maybe later on in the day could get rolling. It's ugly to look at with all these topping tails and all bottoming tails, but if it can get over 5 again, up to this level, it's possible later on in the day. It's not a low float though, 62 million. Usually we look at the ones that are really low floats, and they've, did all sorts of gyrations early on in the day, and then they kind of settle down, and then sometimes later on in the day volume comes back and they get popped through. So, but this is not really that low a float, 62 million. Boy, this would have been a nice one. I did not take it. SUZ would have been a nice one. Didn't take it mainly because, I don't usually take these ones that are in these buyout situations, but look at that, 1114, 1061 now. Yeah, 11:30. You're right. Let's see what happens when Kashkari talks. One of the Fed presidents. Yeah, he's due to talk at 11:30, and the other one is at 1 o'clock. Okay, not a Fed president, but the other one, the bond. No, I'm sorry, the note auction. $58 billion 3-year note auction. William, which are usually more important? Or are they kind of the same? Notes, bonds, kind of the same? Okay. I don't follow. I didn't even realize these things were happening at 1 o'clock many days. So let's see if he's having any effect. Okay. He's this guy talking, Kashkari. See if any effect on the market. EBS, that was a big one from yesterday. Yeah. There's yesterday's high. Again, no, these hard to look at some of these daily charts, you look, they get bought up and then they just sold off end of the day. Yesterday, kind of the same thing, up to 452, back down to 4. I'd like to see them hold some of their gains. Well, this got a little bit of room, guys, on the daily chart. DK is an earnings play. The next high is 50 cents away. Well, that 105 level so far is being defended by Disney, DIS. Ooh, great television. So GTN, this is an earnings play. The next low looking left is, it's not that far away, 656, about 30 cents away. Okay, that was a 10-minute halt. Yeah, that was a 10-minute halt then for Vino. Completely lost sight of it. So it got halted at 575, but it popped way too high. NFE tanking. Who the heck are Hunter Brook? Another new short seller to pay attention to. There was the first alto, right? For Vino. I think that was the first alt for Vino at 575. So it would have had to come down below 575 for me to get interested. And it didn't do it. All right. 105 again being tested by Disney, DIS. 105 again being tested. Well, then look what happened with the JMIA, guys. I mean, this little high right there didn't get quite there. 709. It got up to 7. That's why I always look left to see where that next high is. And it's amazing how many times just even one little high will stop a stock. Well, maybe this cash carry guy is saying something. I don't know. He's probably interest rates. Maybe he's saying something that market's not liking right now. Wow. Okay, guys. The GL, I had an alert set. Well, it's at that high now. I mean, this will be amazing if it comes all the way back. What a what a pop off that low, $39 over a double now. Not in only 3 weeks. Not ruling out hikes. Okay. Well, yeah. All right, guys, in about 25 minutes. Okay, there's Disney now underneath 105. Disney underneath 105. Now getting close to what I would do maybe on a re-entry of the short. I'd like to see it get down to the 104.70 mark. Got a lot of room if it wants to keep moving down. So I don't care about giving up 20 or 30 cents. Link to speech. I don't have it. I'm sure somebody must have it. Meanwhile, SUZ just keeps moving down without me. Well, if you took this one, your next low looking left is 1041, okay, on the weekly chart. So that could be an area where it could stall if it gets down close. That was just an awesome one. And pretty, after that green bar right there, I mean, it was straight down. I see Disney did not trigger for me. And it's up over 105 again. Well, I do see the PTLO now is below the original alert price from my 10-day daily breakdown, which was 1105. But, I don't know. I just don't have a feeling for it. All right, Disney now again under 105. I did not take this. Oh, that's right. That's why I did take it. This is the buyout. Okay. This is the buyout at, the potential, a proposal to acquire them for $6.10, $6.15 a share. So again, if you're wondering, well, why don't I just buy it, sell everything I have, put it into this one because it's going to 615. Unfortunately, that's just not the way it works sometimes, or many times. Okay. All right. Well, let's see how well this 10 SMA on the SPY chart, on the 15-minute SPY chart, that 10 SMA, that's that yellow line. Let's see if that holds it. You can see there's a bottoming tail, got into it, kind of popped off it. Let's see if that holds it. And you can see that 10 SMA just following it down on the 15-minute chart. That's for Disney, DIS. Now, interestingly, there's the uptick rule usually kicks in around at 10% when a stock is down 10%. There it is now for Disney. So if I wanted to short this, I wonder if it's going to be any issue. Probably not. It's so 18 million shares available. Good one, Perfect Circle. Dead mouse bounce for Disney. Good one. I'm still waiting on it. Vino more? Vino. Yeah. Wow. Oh, it's driving me crazy here, guys. The SUZ just keeps moving down penny by penny by penny. Maybe 1040 holds it. Maybe. Okay, guys, in about 15 minutes, again, I'll be taking my break, and Michael Noss will be taking over for me in our YouTube room. Before I take my break, I will put the YouTube link in our main room so you can head over and listen to Michael. Just wish it had more room. Look at the OGen. OGen is moving here, guys, but then the next high looking left is 142, obviously very close. And then, 150, too close. Look at the weekly chart, all that action around 150. Too close for me to take the trade. Just looking to see if there's anything that I haven't seen today, sort of popping in here, maybe at the bottom somewhere. This TWKS, the TWKS, very active in the pre-market, but just gave it up. Yeah, so, well, in fact, very appropriate. So it actually reads out the symbol. Sorry, it actually, so the question in our main room, what is the verbose option with the voice supposed to do again? It'll actually read out the name of the alert window. Okay, and it just did it for me. I put it on. Now, you would not want to have it on a very active window. Okay, but it just read out the name. It said ATXI halted, volatility. I don't know. I can't remember if it said volatility halt. I don't think it said that. Just halted in halt/resume shared window. So it actually reads out the name of the window. In other words, being verbose. I actually, for fun, I put it on this one, and it drove me crazy. Especially at the beginning of the day. In fact, it's impossible because trying to read this and say the symbol, and then the next one, the next one, the next one, the next one. So if you're gonna do that, I would only put it on something that's not too active. Okay, another one halted. Lots of well, not a lot of different stocks, but another halt now. ATXI halted on the way up. Now this one, boy, does this have some room, guys? I mean, yes, there's that high of 544, but look at all this room. So where could it open? 487. Okay, again, the blue screen you see here, this is from Interactive Brokers. Nothing to do with trade ideas. Okay. Okay. So there is the potential open. What I'm hoping for is maybe even if it breaks a little above that halt price and then comes down below it and then pops through it again. This has a lot of room. May not happen though. 11:48. So if it is a 5-minute halt, it'll open at 11:53 plus 20 seconds. Boy, this one could get really interesting. I mean, it depends where it opens. I mean, I don't like it. I mean, 511. This is the high looking left. I mean, that may not block it at all, depending on what happens. The volume is, I mean, it's pretty light right now, but it'll pick up. And look at the float, 500. Well, we have anyway, 520,000. Now, BVS is starting to curl up. Okay. Over $5 now. BVS. Yeah. So, okay. Did it just, okay. Just give me a moment, guys. Got a spread issue though with it. 472, 510. I definitely have a spread issue with it with the ATXI. Oh, got some. Got some. Didn't get what all I wanted, but and then I'm talking about the ATXI. Yeah, I was just going to say this looks like it's going to get halted again. I was able. Okay, this got halted again. The ATXI. So you see, it did what I wanted it to do. I was a little worried about the spread, but I closed my eyes on the ATXI. Now, I was able to get rid of some before the halt, but I'm in this one on the halt. Now, it would be wonderful if it opened up here, but I doubt very much it's going to open up here. All right, Disney again but I'm obviously really watching this ATXI. I'll be on a break, but I'm not wandering away from my computer, of course. So 11:55, guys. So I'll be on my break, and I want to put the YouTube link in, so you can head over and listen to Michael if you want. He'll be there in about 5 minutes or so. And let me put my announcement in. 1 p.m. Eastern time, of course. Okay, so I'm just waiting for Michael now. Okay, give me a moment. Give me a moment, guys. You know what? This uptick rule is getting me here on the Disney. Yeah, this uptick rule, I can't believe it. It's down over 10% now. I thought with Disney was so many shares out there. Try one more time, maybe. Is it going to mess it up? No idea, BG. It shouldn't, but I have no idea if it's going to mess it up if you download the latest version. I mean, it shouldn't. Obviously, it shouldn't, but all right, guys. So I'm just going to just waiting for Michael. And of course, I've got to wait on this one. See what happens. 597 now. That's why I didn't think it would open at 9.6. So if this is a 5-minute halt, it'll be just before noon, 11:59 plus 21 seconds. So it's not going to be a 5-minute halt. So my break now is going to be staring at this. It's going to be, well, maybe some hawkish words, but no big reaction. So the guy talked at 11:30. Some Fed president talked at 11:30, but not a huge reaction, really. Michael, I can't hear you. I don't know if you've pinged your way in. I can't hear you. There you are. All right, guys, I just heard a little ping in our YouTube room, so that should mean that Michael is there. So I'm going to put myself on mute in the main room. We'll see you guys in about an hour. And now I can welcome Mr. Michael Noss himself to our YouTube room.
Hello, sir.
Michael?
How are things?
Good, good. I'm in a halt on this ATXI.
ATXI. Hopefully, it's a good halt.
What's that?
Ooh, yeah, that looks like a good halt. Could be a good halt.
It should be. It's the first one. I got in at about 5:10, 5:15, and I got a little bit out before the halt at 5:53, and now projected open is about 6, but we'll see. But I'll.
It opens at 20 for you.
Yeah, well then you won't be seeing me ever again. Okay, Michael, I'll let you go because I'm gonna have to watch this one, and I'll let you go. We'll see you in about an hour.
Absolutely. Talk to you then.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, for those who are new here, we take an hour. We give Barry some much needed time off. Although it looks like he might not be taking time off. He might just be staring at this thing. Open up the room to some live Q&A. So if you have any questions about trade ideas, now is certainly your time to ask. Generally speaking, sometimes this just devolves into us just shooting it about the markets, but we have this whole hour open for questions. So please make sure you're asking away. So yeah, I hope this opens up well for Barry, but these things kind of scare me. No, generally speaking, he's right. The first halt up usually gets chased a little bit after that. I've noticed there's some people out there who will actually play around these halts that I've seen when I was at the Trader TV offices that look for like the third halt of the day, and they think that's often can signal, okay, it's that's an exhaustion gap and it's time to go. So the first one's pretty good, and we can leave this up for a bit just to see. I hope it does. Hope it does very well for Barry. When it comes to the market, though, just looking at what's going on in the market, it looks like another wild day, another great day across the board. Here's my sector watch. We have uranium up, real estate up, bonds up, stocks up, oil up, natural gas up, right? Everything's up, so that's good. Those rallies that everything participate in ends up being a good idea. But the way I'm looking at it is we're still kind of stuck within this range from 525 down to 500. As long as we're inside that range, I'm going to kind of be a little bit more cautious with ATXI, was it? Just a little bit more cautious with everything, just knowing that, hey, we have that overhead resistance. Anyone trapped in there long could generally have a rough time. These halts are, I think the first one's usually around 5 minutes. I think that's right. So might be a little while. What's interesting is that bonds and this bond stock correlation just seems broken. For those who are new to the market, it's always been for many, many years that stocks are up, bonds are usually down, or bonds are down, stocks are up, that kind of thing. But for the longest time now, it seems like it's been heavily correlated. Same with XLRE or real estate. That seems to be pretty correlated as well now. Underperformance on that. I'm watching uranium. I own some UEC already. It's not doing nearly as well as the actual uranium idea, but I'm looking at it because it's got a 10% short float and it's in the uranium sector, hoping it can go. CCJ, I have a little bit of that as well. That's doing well. I usually like this UEC guy just because it's smaller cap, lower float. So generally speaking, you can get a little bit more of a move when URA is doing what URA is doing, but no dice here. Another one I'm watching came up on TI Strength this morning is this RTX. So I'm looking to see if we can, say pull back to a VWAP or something. Just the daily chart looks really, really nice here with a nice break. Try a VWAP. Here we are. Just a nice steady base here between 100 and kind of 102. It's been there for the longest time, and it looks like a good break. If we get a later in the day, a close here or some sort of pullback and then a bounce through 103, again, I may take a look at that. RTX just looks great. Look on the monthly chart down here. It's a big level on the monthly chart. It's 102, 103 has been resistance for a long time. So we get through that. That could be a nice little trend to ride. Well, ATXI looks like it opened up at 6 and then just fell apart there pretty quickly. So hopefully Barry was able to get that out. Yeah, other than that, it's hard. These these times in the market are hard for us swing traders because uh, you know, it's great because I own a bunch of stuff, right? And it's good to be long things, right? But you're up from 1, 2, 3, 4 days in a row in a straight line with kind of no pullback and no rest. It becomes hard because you're like, oh, what do I do? I'm not going to short just because the market's up. That doesn't make any sense. But at the same time, I'm not really interested in um, buying anything up here. So often what I'll do is I'll look for, little plays like RTX and things to kind of keep myself busy more than anything, but uh, just riding what I have and looking for some reason to sell, you know, it has to make me, market's got to make me get out of that position because everything's just going great as of now and so far. Let's talk about Rivian. Yeah, these EVs have been just not having a good day or not having a good time recently. This is the benefit of relative strength investing. You take a look at something, you take a look at the SPY, and you just look at the direction of that chart, SPY, right? From the bottom left to the upper right, nice solid uptrend. Then you look at like Tesla or Rivian or one of these guys, and it's the complete opposite. And it just makes life a little bit easier to say, well, if the market's going up, I'm also going to look for things that are going up, as opposed to trying to pick bottoms or buy the weakest sector for some reason. Yeah, TLT's up, XLB, which is materials, breaking out here. Solar, nice little trade on solar. Solar's continuing its move up. It broke this downtrend line here. Let me draw this in. It broke this little downtrend line like that, so it's above that now. We have the support, pretty clear support here at $40 a share. Nice little breakout there on solar. I don't know what Enphase, ENPH, solar one looking okay. We First Solar, FSLR, FSLR. There. Yeah, it's a nice little breakout as well. So interesting. Might be time for a little bit of rotation in the solar. First Solar's had a pretty good uptrend here for a while. Nice little breakout on First Solar there. SPY above the 50-day, VIX below 14 again. Market seems strong despite bearish sentiment. I would almost argue market is strong because of bearish sentiment. I've been looking a lot into and playing a lot more with using positioning data and using sentiment data and things like that to try to figure out where everybody is, knowing that most people are wrong. So if most people are wrong, then makes sense that you could just take the other side of that. But yeah, it was shocking to hear. I spent a lot of time in Twitter Spaces and things like that. Uh, just talking about markets and the amount of bearishness that was taking place and how low did we actually pull back. Again, for those who don't know, we do have an indicator, which is good for this kind of just chatting, which is just called drawdown. So this just shows the drawdown. So we were down less than 6% at the lows. And, everywhere I saw on Twitter Spaces and streams that I was on and talking to different traders, it was just like the world was coming to an end. All the perma bears, standing up saying, "See, I told you the market has to pull back," and blah 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 blah. And we go down 6%, and now we're ripping up. So the reason that I like looking at the other side of these trades is that, you look at the trend and you find out when these people are wrong, and sometimes you can take a trade in the other direction, where if institutions are underinvested and even if retail's underinvested and you have this big pop up, well, those people have to cover, and they've got to cover, or underinvested, they may have to buy. Same reason I like short float. So here's a short float scan that I have, but I only want to see the short float, the heavy short float stuff on stocks moving higher, because just to beat a dead horse with this AMC I talk about all the time, 20% of AMC's float is short, but they're all right. They've all been right for ages, so there's no fear. So a simple thing that I like to do is you take high short float stuff, and then you just look for the stuff that is in an uptrend, or at least breaking out of a base or something, and then you have a nice solid reason why these people would have to cover. So I would argue that part of the reason that we're rallying so hard is that everybody in the world was on that 6% pullback, just, oh, the world's coming to an end and the market sucks and blah, 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 blah. And it's like, it's nuts. Hearing some wheat. I know wheat has been doing well for sure. 422. Oh, yeah, that just breakout right here. That makes perfect sense. Right, it's nice putting in a base for a long period of time, breaking out there. This one's been wild. The market cap only 10 million under management here with wheat. A lot of these commodities, right? DVC is a good look if you're looking at the commodity sector. A lot of these commodities have been doing really well since we've got kind of to this level right here. One thing that I'm keeping an eye on with this DVC is, for you technically minded person, this looks pretty close or pretty much exactly like a cup and handle here. So the DVC is a commodity index fund. So it's a good way to say, okay, what are commodities generally doing? And they look pretty good here. So if we can get going out of this base for this cup and handle that's going on, we could see a nice little commodity boom. Now, then you got to start thinking kind of circularly about, well, if commodities are rallying, what does that mean for inflation? And then what does that mean for rate cuts and Fed Powell and all that kind of, no, it's not stuff I think about, but for you macro people out there, if the market thinks there's going to be rate cuts, well, you can't really do that if inflation's perking back up. And if inflation's perking back up, then so for example, wheat, you can look at this, you can say, well, the price of wheat has just been tanking since 2022. But if that's going to start rallying again, right, and things made with wheat like bread are going to do way better and cost way more, then what does that mean in the long run for inflation? So this is where on TI Strength, this is where I found RTX, which I really like the look of. I've noticed a lot of, so for those who don't know, TI Strength is a relative strength algorithm that we've used. We back tested it for years through bear markets, and it's part of the trade idea service now. The basic idea is that by investing in things in uptrends and rotating your portfolio into things in uptrends, you beat the market over the long run. Nothing in here will be, something you get a double on in a day, like the stuff that Barry's trying to trade. It's slower stuff, but over the long run, just owning stuff that's in uptrends, there's lots and lots and lots of academic research proving that that's way better than looking to buy things that are underperforming the market. And then just using this over time, over the years, I've started to notice there's a lot of themes from it that you can kind of pick up, where when I start to see a lot of different things within this scan or this algorithm, you start to get kind of themes when it comes from, what could be going on in the market. And a lot of foreign names, right? So PNR, CLS, a bunch of these from yesterday, not so much today, I think, but yesterday there's a lot of foreign names in it. Could just be showing that the rest of the world seems to be doing well. Also noticing some big tech popping back in here. I don't know if you classify GoDaddy as big tech, but certainly tech. We had Netflix in there, STX, which is a manufacturer for hard drives, I think mainly. A lot of that stuff seems to be kind of coming back in favor after taking a pretty big break for a couple weeks. Not seeing a lot of it in there. DXJ continues. Just Japan. Nice little move on here on the Japanese ETF's been doing very, very well. Someone wants to see what Holly's doing. We can take a look. It looks like Holly's overall doing good. Took a trade on Hims. Nice little bottom pick there. The gap filling and then buying there. A bunch of shorts, really. So that's actually kind of shocking that the shorts are doing so well today, considering the market overall has been really strong. Yeah, it's just a couple good, just doing what she does, right? Playing the gaps, playing the right, what's gapping, what's moving. This is the kind of thing, like I wouldn't take this one up here if she called out, but I do like the look of something like this when it pulls back in. This moving average right here is the 10 SMA, and this is what Steve talks about all the time, is that when you get a gap like that, you can wait for that 10 SMA to come in. And yeah, it looks like it's bouncing off that zone a little bit there. Yeah, overall, pretty good day. If your trading plan, use the ADX and you've tested that and it makes sense, go right ahead. It's just an indicator, just shows whether or not the stock is trending or not on a daily chart. If that's important to you for your day trading strategy, then it's great. It's just like anything. Indicators, there's nothing magic behind them. They just tell you certain things, and then which of those are important to you and at what levels, that's the work. That's the only job as a trader, is to test and to journal and to test and to journal, and then you just hit buttons at the end of the day. But yeah, I'm not a big fan, not a huge fan of the ADX, because it's one of those things you can train your eye pretty easily to go, is this thing trending or not? But To each their own. Yeah, I definitely use it in some systems for sure. Things are getting stormy. What do you mean by that? Market's looking fantastic right now. So yeah, just got to see what happens when we reach this level. We reclaimed. Everyone was watching. Well, all the technician nerds I know. This VWAP right here, because this one acted as resistance. Right, we spent a lot of time under that VWAP. It came back up. It acted as resistance. We fell off. So we got back through that. So that's the anchored VWAP from all-time high. Could look to see if that may be axis support or something. You know, pullbacks, I think at this point would be great, but when everyone's looking for pullbacks, probably means you're not going to get them, right? Hey, Michael, love your stage analysis scanner. SMR and MindMed. You must watch the podcast where you're talking about both these. I haven't checked SMR yet today. These are stage 2. So, for those who don't know, I can grab this too in case anyone wants the scanner. I think I have another presentation about stage analysis tomorrow. I think that's what I'm talking about tomorrow. Uh, Basic idea is this is, and it's Stan Weinstein. I never know which one. Um, Kind of popularized this idea of stage analysis being a way to segment the market into different um, different sections of market. I think MindMed's a good one to show because I think it kind of covers a little bit of all of them, right? So zoom out here. So the idea is the market is either going up or consolidating or going down, right? And those are generally speaking the the three trends in the market. You got an uptrend, you got a downtrend, you got a sideways or a nothing trend. And determining which of these areas you're in or which of these stages can really, really help traders to. I think the most important thing is to stay out of things that aren't interesting to them. Now, like everything, the devil's in the details, and uh, the nitty gritty of how everything is working. That's the job again of the trader, right? Is to understand that. But stage one is generally speaking an accumulation stage. We'll just call that stage one right here, where the market's just kind of basing sideways, looking for a breakout. Stage two is our uptrend, right? Stage three is the distribution stage, and then stage four is is the declining phase, right? And generally speaking, depending on your time frame, pretty much everything will go through these eventually, right? So easy way to look at MindMed, and spend a lot of time here between, like, say 50 and 60. You could say this was distribution when people who owned the the stock from other levels ended up just selling, right? So on rallies, they were being sold. They weren't selling really aggressively, but they were just selling up in this area. That generally is what will cause a stage 4. Then you have a stage 3, which is a decline. Right? You can see just tanking the whole time. And then you have stage 1, where this spent a whole lot of time just in this stage right here. The idea being that dips in this area are being bought. There's someone in this zone or a number of people or institutions that think, this was way too much for the company and this is more of a fair price. So it starts to move along. And then you're trying to look for things, if you're a trend trader, that are starting a phase one uptrend. Because if they're starting a phase one uptrend, then that means that you're getting in early in what could be a trend. Now that, certainly doesn't mean it has to go up to $60, but if you're getting it around 10 and it starts a phase one uptrend to even 20 or 30 up in this level, well, that's an amazing trade if you can get it, if you can get those pretty consistently. So just to explain to everyone what you were talking about there, right? There's the 4 stages, right? So that's I should do that different, but that's 1, and then 2, and then 3, and then 4. So the main idea that I take from this analysis and what people are doing with this is that if you're someone who wants to trade trends and you want to get involved in trends, well, then you just kind of avoid stage 1 and 3, right? If it's not in a trend, you just look at that stock and you say, well, that's just that could be a stage 1 accumulation, or it could be a stage 3 distribution. And as a trend trader, I'm not interested in those. I'm staying out. Now, if you're someone who likes to trade ranges, which there are people who like to buy support and sell resistance and trade stocks when they're inside of a range, well, then you would avoid 2 and 4. And then the other thing is that if you're trying to buy something, you can try to buy it in stage 1 when everyone else is buying it. You can try to buy it in stage 2 when it's an uptrend, but you stay away from stage 1 and stage 4. So it helps conceptually separating markets into these kind of buckets to help your brain to say, okay, depending on what my goals are and depending what I'm trying to do, then I'm going to only stick to stocks that I can classify in different stages. Now, again, obviously the devil is in the details and how you classify those ones. The difference between stage 1 is it's going up and stage 4 it's going down. The difference between the 2 accumulation phases, uh, unfortunately, you don't know which one's which until they resolve, right? This here could have been another distribution phase and we could have moved lower. You don't know until it breaks one way or the other. So what will happen is you have different participants in different areas. So, through here, you're going to have short sellers, or if you're really brave, you're going to have mean reversion people who are looking to buy lows and then probably sell on these little bounces that occurred here. I'd say that's a really hard life, but if that's what you want to do, go right ahead. And then in stage 1, often here you'll get people who are value investors, right? They're looking at this stock and they're saying, oh, at $6-7, I think this is fairly valued based off kind of whatever metrics they come into, and away they go, right? And then in stage 1, what you'll have is you'll have trend and momentum traders, people who are either buying pullbacks and uptrends or buying breakouts and uptrends. They're trading these trends in order to push, right, to trade with the direction until that ends up being a stage 4 or something, and then they look to get out. Again, I hope all that makes sense, but again, the presentation that I give and when I talk about it, the reason I give so many examples of, you could just look at price analysis and say, okay, well, as long as we're between these 2 levels, I'm going to say it's stage 1. The moving averages people will use a lot of. So, for example, we have a 50-day moving average and a 200-day moving average. Some people say, okay, if the 50 and the 200 are both pointing up and we're above both of those, then I'm going to consider it stage 1, or uptrend. I'm going to look to buy it. If they're both flat like this and crossing over one another, I'll go, I'm not really interested. And then some people use different moving averages. Obviously this can be adapted to time frame depending on what it is that you're trying to look at, right? So MindMed, again, I consider it really, it's in a stage 1 because it's broken out of this. It's above its key moving averages. The moving averages are above each other. That's in a stage 1. For me personally, as a trader, or sorry, stage 2. I could be getting all these confused. Hold on. We have a new baby in the house, so I'm my brain could be Yes, sorry. Okay. So yes, this is stage 2. So sorry, stage 1 is the base, and then stage 4 is the base. Stage 2 and stage 3 are the trends, right? Let me just take a I can grab this. This might be a better illustration. They have a good picture up here. Yeah. So here's your right. Stage 1 is just sloppy base. Oh, I didn't mean to click that. Stage 2, you're in a nice uptrade. Stage 3, you're in a choppy base. Stage 4, you're in a downtrend. Right. So then I look at this and I say, okay, well that was stage 1 for a long period of time, but now we broke out. So that's kind of stage 2. You talk about SMR. Me and Steve went over this on the podcast on the weekend. Spent a long time basing here. So you could look at this breakout that occurred as the beginning of potentially stage 2, so an uptrend. And then for me, again, these are the only ones I care about. I'm not worried about anything in a base. I'm not worried about anything in a downtrend. I'm not worried about anything. I don't care about those things because I want to trade the trend. For me personally, I think the time is best spent looking for what people call the meat in the middle, right? So that little bit in the middle of the trend. Oh, and we're back. Yeah, I'm not worried about the up or the down. I'm worried about that. Just the trend in the middle is all I care about. EDLB. Yeah, see, I personally just look at this as it's in that stage 1 base. It still has a whole bunch overhead. It's still technically in a downtrend. It hit new lows like a couple days ago. So this isn't really something I'm super interested in. And then it can always zoom out, right? Know that this stock was never $1,100 a share. What's happening with this company is that they're losing so much money that the price drops under $1. They do a reverse split, then the price drops on under $1 again, then does a reverse split, and so on and so forth. So, they only have $500,000 in cash and they're hemorrhaging money, $4 million in debt, and again, just hemorrhaging and hemorrhaging money. So that's what's happening with this company. So again, it's up to you, right? Value investors will buy these stage 1 bases. I'm not a value investor, right? I'm a trend trader. So I'm waiting for companies that, right, maybe they spent a lot of time doing that, right? So you could maybe argue that this whole base here on IBRX is stage 1, and we might be entering into that stage 2 where we've broken out of it. Moving averages are pointing up now. We're putting in a little base here. So this would be on something like our IBRX where I would start watching to see if there's a trade. It doesn't just mean, hey, it's in a stage 2, you just own it. It just means that it's a way to narrow down the universe and say, I am going to start looking at stocks when they're in this phase 2. And then until then, leave me alone. Right. So like Match, for example, or MTC, right? This is still technically in the scanner setup, but we're doing a lot of this by eye, right? This could be this phase 1 right here, but it potentially could be breaking out into this phase 2. So I'm not interested in that. It potentially breaking out. Some people do. Some people love to buy the breakout. For me, I would like to have just an established breakout that I can trade trends on personally. Is it true that some brokerages sell price alert data? It could be. I haven't heard of that, but price alerts for sure could be. Thanks and congrats. No problem. Price alerts definitely aren't something that would be protected, so I don't think there'd be anything stopping that. I mean, you guys have payment for order flow, so they're still selling your order flow. We don't have that in Canada. We banned that eons ago. But yeah, there's no reason why they couldn't. Now, I don't know how valuable that would be. I would imagine that the traders that set price alerts think this through. I would think they would be more sophisticated traders than ones that don't, personally. So you have to think what does the unsophisticated trader do? Because that's why Robinhood makes so much money selling their order flow, is because the people that are generally speaking using Robinhood aren't they're not, incredibly sophisticated traders that are using something like trade ideas and monitoring price action very closely. They're more of the people who, I heard about XYZ on the news or on Reddit. I'm going to pick up my phone. I'm going to buy a couple $100 of it and put my phone away and check it later that night. So then would I want people's price alerts data? I don't really think so. You get, and I'm sure you know this, but for the other people, the market makers don't care about any individual order, right? For anyone who says, hey, I put my stop here and the market came and took my stop and then it bounced, the market makers are out to get me, blah blah blah, yada yada yada. They don't care about each individual person's 1,000 share, a couple hundred share order. Now they may look at something and say, there's a big level somewhere, right? So they may look, if we do, I don't know, the SPY, they may look at this 495 area and say there's probably a lot of stop losses right below this level. If the market's close there, maybe we'll push it to it and see if we can trigger some stop loss orders. But they don't care about one person's orders because you're not going to move the market. So if I always say if they're hunting your stop loss orders, it's because you've put your stop loss orders where a whole bunch of other people put their stop loss orders. And I don't really think they need the data for that. I think, just going back to my mix, I saw it there. It might be obvious, for example, that under, this low right here, there's a bunch of stop loss orders. So they may push that there as well. But it's going to be the obvious places they're going to pick on for sure. It's not going to be the semi-obvious. So then I think about people setting price alerts, and I'm like, I don't know if I would think that's valuable. If you get enough of the data, it could tell you that people are looking at a certain company at a certain price, but yeah, I don't know if that'd be that big of a thing. I used Robinhood for a few months. The fills were absurd. Yeah, Robinhood, again, I think payment for order flow and that kind of stuff. I think that's fine if, depending on the people that it's being used with. If I'm somebody who isn't trading seriously and I'm using something like Robinhood. Now, again, I'm Canadian, so we don't have Robinhood and we don't have payment for order flow, but I'm just thinking through it. If I'm someone who, every month I dump a couple $100 into a brokerage account and I open up that brokerage account and I put some money towards some companies that I like. And that's about it, right? I buy a little bit of Apple. I buy a little MindMed if I like that. I just put this money towards a company. And I'm looking to hold these things for months or years. Payment for order flow is probably better for me than commissions. Because before, commissions would have a per share commission and a minimum. Right? So Interactive Brokers, for example, in Canada, it still does this. There's no payment for order flow in Canada, so they charge X amount per share, but I think the minimum is like $1. Whether you buy 1 share or 10 shares or whatever, you're paying that minimum of $1. So I would rather, again, if I'm just putting, I get $1,000 a month And I'm like, okay, I'm going to take $1,000 a month and I'm going to invest it. I'm going to put $200 into 5 different stocks. And that's it. I mean, your Apple, and I like Nvidia, and I like some MindMed, and I like some Walmart, whatever it is. And I'm just going to do that. I think I'm okay with that. I'm losing a couple cents on each trade, because I'd be paying that in a commission anyway, and I'm probably paying more, to be honest. Now, for people who are actively trading, day or swing, I think the commission and the better fill model is way better. So I'm not going to like universally hate on something like payment for order flow, because for non interesting, or for non-interested traders, people who are not like super interested in their trade, then that's all you need. Right? Just hit the button, take a little bit on a spread, and that's it. What else going on here in stage 2? Let's turn this into just a top list and pop through it. Say again, these are looking for nice solid trends, is the idea behind this. And for me, this is all I care about. I'm not interested in the other stages, but anything that's basing or pulling back in a nice uptrend, that's where my time gets spent. I would love to have positioning data. Yeah, I totally agree that positioning data and sentiment data are 2 completely different things, because you see it all the time in surveys, right? They'll say, polling data for voting, right, is notoriously garbage. And because you have, this is for stats nerds like myself, you have sample bias, right? The only people that you're collecting the data for are people that are answering the surveys. It's like I listened to some comedian who said, oh, 10% of, or 5% of America thinks the world is flat. And his argument was, no, 5% of people with nothing better to do with their time than to answer that survey think the world is flat. And it's the same thing with, oh, are you bearish or are you bullish? You can write whatever you want on a survey, but yeah, actual positioning data. You mentioned the caught trade data, or commitment of traders, and I use that as part of my weekly analysis as well. The only thing I can really think of for stocks when it comes to positioning data is short float percentage, right? That's the only thing that I think can exist, because you are long the security or you're short the security, and that's it. So the higher the short float, the more substantial. That's why I do a lot of scanning when it comes to short float data, is because I'm interested in knowing where everybody is short. So then the problem is, you need to take that and you need to combine it with technical analysis, just like anything. But it's not so much like with futures, a little different, because you have things like open interest and this and that, the other thing. So One, like for example, one of them that I'm watching is this PHAT. Putting in this big base, I'm looking for some sort of break or resolution higher because say trade is even a little bit off on this. They have a 43% short float. That's pretty insane when it comes to that. And then days to cover, you're talking 21. It's pretty wild. Things like Mara, for example. If Bitcoin's going to continue, Mara has a 19% short float. Right? So this scan is really, really straightforward. It's just looking for stocks that are, where's the filters? Right, it's just looking for things. I should just remove that one too. That they're not outside their Bollinger Bands. And that's just because I really don't want anything that's super extended. Let me get rid of that too. And then, yeah, you start to find some things that are pretty wild when it comes to shorted, but then you want to make sure that they're in trends, right? Because that's part of the biggest problem. I thought that MASI. Right, so this one, for example, you're talking 10 days to cover on this Massey, whatever this is. And then I look at it and I said, well, this has gone from $80 to 150, whatever this company does. Now the earnings today after the close, right? You can't take a trade on it here. But I look at this and say, well, if 10 days to cover an 8% short float, that means there's a lot of people positioned against this one. So if we're talking about positioning data, I think this is kind of the best that we can do, right? But right, when it comes to positioning, I just try to think what that would mean from the equity side of thing. And like hot data is just showing you how many contracts were created and whether they're long or short. Equities are a little bit different with the amount of shares that exist, just always exist. And then you're either long or short. So I can't think of anything else that it would be personally. Yeah, this is a very simple scan that I really, really love. It's just show me stuff with high short float, show me stuff that's really, really strong, and then I know where the positioning is. This AESI is button up against all-time highs right here at 24 and 11% short float, and that's 9 days to cover. So I just look at that and go, oh, that's pretty substantial. So for those who don't know, days to cover just means if every trade was a cover trade, so people were just dramatically buying each trade, then let's do short float. What would that look like? Right? How many trades would have to occur in order to make sure that people are out of those positions? Okay, but yeah, I'm just not interested in stuff like hollow. It's because yes, everyone in the world is short hollow, but they're all winning. So great, good for them. Something like Real, for example, with a 19% short float, this $4 area could be an interesting area to play against because we've just broken that. It's gone from 2 up to 4. So if this gets going, then things could get going. So again, it's the closest that I can see to the same kind of idea of COT data is simply grabbing high short float data and then looking for entries on those. Am I short the market? No, absolutely not. I am very long a bunch of things. This DYN Therapeutics, very interesting looking. 17% short float, 11 days to cover. Big move from 5 to 30. A lot of people are short this, and then the pattern gets pretty easy. After that is just a pretty obvious kind of channel going on here. So let me set a price alert on that one and then see if it can get up over a high of that channel. What do these guys do? Oh, pharmaceutical preparation. Those are always a little bit worrisome for someone like me who likes to hold for a couple days to a couple weeks. Life transforming therapies for genetically driven muscle diseases. Noble work. Top 3 current holdings. So by size, by winnings, by a bunch of different ways to measure that. I mentioned I have a bunch of uranium. So with CCJ, got a bunch of that off this level right here. Just trying to think off the top of my head. I still own some MindMed. So we had MindMed. This was a trade of the week right here, a $5 breakout. I still own a fair amount of that. I obviously sold. I think I'm long from it's like $6 or $5.50, $6. And we had that massive move, so I was selling into that for sure. I still have a bunch of it there as well. God, what else? Just trying to think without opening my account live on stream. Oh, mRNA.
Come on, Michael, do it. Do it.
Yeah, I'll give you guys my social security number. Yeah, mRNA. I have a little bit of that still. I bought a little bit more of this today because it's pulling back to this breakout area.
Hey, Michael.
Hey, Barry.
Is GL a buy now?
GL.
Take a look at it. Imagine if you had just had the whatevers to say, you know what? I think this is going to bounce. And in 3 weeks, you've doubled. That was that Fuzzy Panda hit piece that came out that just drove it down. But I mean, it's been an amazing recovery. I mean, they accused them of fraud and all sorts of nefarious business practices, and doesn't seem to matter.
For a life insurance company, you would think they are so heavily regulated.
Oh,
I think it'd be very hard to. I get these like biotech companies that they end up just being like a hole in some guy's wall or like in his basement. They're not actually doing anything. That seems to me way easier. But I think a life insurance company, the government's so all over them.
You would think, Michael, but man, I mean, they this Fuzzy Panda. I mean, they don't come up with too many of these hit pieces. So certainly the next one they come out with, I'm going to be. I want to be on top of it. Not necessarily going to ride it for days on end, but boy, oh boy,
you're gonna fade them, are you?
I'll fade them for sure, and then see what happens. But the other one, if you take a look at PRI, Take a look at PRI, another big life insurance company. And you can see almost the same day it got
Yeah.
hammered down too, just out of association. No other reason. And then
Primerica.
you,
I remember Primerica. They're one of those multi-level places. I remember, I think when I was like 16, I got approached to sell insurance with Primerica, like one of those like Herbalife or
right.
yeah, one of those. You get,
When if you were 16, man, you'd be the president today. Then,
I know. All I'd have
well,
to do is get to the top of that pyramid of the pyramid
that's
scheme.
right.
Right? There's someone out there making money on these pyramid schemes. I don't. So maybe the other one's like that too. I don't know.
I don't think so. I know what you're talking about, Primerica, but in terms of a kind of a pyramid scheme, but I don't think the GL is like that at all. It reminded me just a little bit though of when the banks, several of the big banks were accused of creating false, fake. I don't know if they were accused of fake accounts exactly, but hidden fees and things like that. Can't
Yeah.
remember in the States, not Canada, of course. We would never do that, but in
Oh,
the
we have our
States,
own problems.
yeah.
Have you been seeing? You want looking at TD?
No.
They're getting accused of. I was on the After Hour show. I forget what he said with Trader TV yesterday. He was
Hmm.
saying TD is being accused of a couple fraudulent things. My
Oh,
point was
really?
like, okay, well, look at this chart on TD, and then look at XLF, which is the ETF for banks, and
Right.
then WFC. Right, all the banks have been in great uptrends, and then TD's been just not doing great at all. So it doesn't
Hmm.
shock me that they got. Yeah, he said something. It was kind of scary when it came to um, some sort of fraud, which up here how regulated our banks are, right? We
Yeah,
only have
exactly.
a few of them, and they're all huge. So we have the government looking at them all the time. It makes me think that uh, you know if they are doing something, it's going to be a big deal.
Well, I see that giant red candle 2 days ago on the daily, and
Yeah.
last week, of course. Well, that was Friday's candle, I guess. Yeah, interesting. No, I hadn't heard. I don't bank with TD anymore, but interesting. But just like you were saying, GL, how they're so regulated in this, but even look at TD,
Hmm.
regulated, and what if they're doing something?
Yeah, it was funny. I met at one of my trips. I think when I was in Vegas last, I met the Muddy Waters guy, like
Hmm.
the lead guy that does that stuff. And
Yeah.
we had a couple drinks and we were chatting. And I was basically just trying to ask him, I'm like, what kind of life, like, it's you're playing life on hard mode. And he's like, yeah, I know. He's like, I wouldn't recommend anyone go into an investment style like this ever, because they're you basically turn yourself into a pessimist of the world, because you spend your whole life looking at everything and saying, oh, I wonder if that's a scam.
Hmm.
And like things like with GL, unless they covered their short right away, which I doubt, because if you're thinking these companies are scams, you're probably trying to go for a big gusto. um, yeah,
No,
they're
they came out a couple of days later or a week later saying we stand by our decision, and now they haven't heard a peep from them in a couple of weeks, so they
yeah.
can't be happy. I mean,
Well,
but
no,
again,
you can only make 100% on the trade, right? That's
yeah.
that's if you're absolutely right in best case scenario, you've you make 100%. Whereas if you're long something and you're right about that, you can obviously make way more than 100% on it.
Interesting with Muddy Waters because he cut his teeth on just China, and I don't know when he branched out, but I don't know if you remember, but that's all he did. Long time ago, probably 15 years ago. He was just looking. He was just all over all the China stocks, just because of the accounting irregularities and all.
Yeah, he did a lot. He really got hammered on GameStop, right? He was
Mm.
one of those that was shorted, and obviously right, but he just got caught up in this crazy serendipitous moment where everyone was buying these zombie companies before they went all the way back down. So he had sworn off short selling for a while because that he talks about how he has his rep. He has a reputation as a short seller, but
Hmm.
most of the trades and most of the money he makes is from being long names. He just
Interesting.
what he does is, as he's doing his research on the names, every now and then he stumbles across something that he thinks is a scam, and he takes a short position and writes a note about it as a way to hedge his overall positions. But he's like, I don't go really looking for them. He's like, it's just part of my as a portfolio manager. If I'm going to buy a company and put billions of dollars of other people's money into it, I want to first make sure it's not a scam.
Hmm.
But he just hit a couple that really ended up getting a lot of notoriety. So then he just got labeled as the short seller guy. And personally, he hates it, right? Because he's like, I short the ones that I think are worthless, like
What you're
GameStop,
talking about
AMC,
with
and stuff.
Muddy, because that's the same thing that Citron did. I think Citron got hammered on the GME, and they came out later on and said, "That's it, no more shorts, no more
Yeah.
short selling." Listen, do you want to help? Happy New Year. He's saying, how do you determine the entry and exit levels with these small candles, i.e., Disney stock, DIS? Want to take a shot at that?
I don't. Yeah, for me personally, I'd look at Disney. I don't see anything.
Okay.
I would avoid this guy like the fight. We got earnings tomorrow, right?
No,
So
they've had earnings.
oh, it
That's
had
why it's
earnings.
down.
Oh,
Yeah,
the
that's why
seventh.
it's
Yeah,
down.
that makes sense. Today is the seventh. Jeez, I need to get some sleep around here. But yeah, so I'm not going to trade it the day of. It's in the gap right now, right? So it's got a gap between 106 and 100. So for me, I'm not going to place a trade on this guy at all from a swing trading point of view. If it came down to the blow of this gap and it looked like it was holding there and started to push higher, that could be a trade. If it reverses from here and closes that gap up to 216, maybe that's a trade. But I look at something like this and I say, hey, this is no man's land. I just need to move on, try to find something that's not in no man's land.
All right. With that, thank you again, Michael, for spelling me for the hour, and we will see you next week.
All right. Have a good one.
Okay. Bye bye.
Bye bye.
All right, guys, I'm back in both rooms. I'm back in both rooms now. Let me get rid of the message. So, yeah, the ATXI guys, this is a classic. I maybe I sound like I'm nagging sometimes, but this is a classic reason why you do not wander away from your computer. Now, remember, I was in this one. I was in the short. I was in the long. I had taken a little bit out just before they halt at 553, and of course, I was waiting to see what it would do when it came out of the halt. It popped up to 6. And, I know I was in my break, but I said, well, I'm going to obviously have to wait this. So I escaped this. Imagine, though, if I had just said, even if I had turned my head for a minute, this would, I didn't, once I was out of it, I didn't really care that much. But I mean, I don't know how, but, look what it did. I mean, I'm in at 5:15, I think, got out some at 5:43. Got out some up in this area here so quickly. I mean, the minute it opened, I mean, understand. I've got my finger on the submit button in Interactive Brokers, so I was able to get out. But imagine if I just turned, said, I'll come back in 5 minutes. I'm sure it's going to be okay. You can never do that with these. Never, never, never. With a float, especially with a crazy low float like this. And I also did my video today on gelled. I don't mind showing this because the reason I did my video on gelled, Jeld, I don't know how many times I say the AI for me is a watch list. Okay. No more, no less. Just because I get an alert doesn't mean I just pile into a trade. Of course, I'll never ever do anything like that. I don't care. I don't care if it's coming from a scan from me, from the AI. I'm always going to click on the alert, check the chart, and then I'm going to make up my mind if I want to trade it. But look what happened with Geld. Okay. Now, I freely admit, I don't know what happened right at that 1480. I don't know if this was after the pull up and then it moved. Probably was after the pull up, but the short attempt was at 1480. Okay, and look what it did. It actually got stopped down. The stop was at 1522. So if you actually took this, okay, but you've got to make sure you obey your stop. But look what happened afterwards. Okay, after it got stopped out, hit the 1480 again, and then look what it did. Fairly regularly down. I mean, in other words, there weren't a lot of huge gyrations. It went from 1480 all the way down to 1410. That's a great percentage move. So use the AI like a watch list. Just look at it this way. The AI was just a little bit early in that trade. Okay, just a little bit early. And you still had an opportunity later on to certainly take that trade, and that's what I did. My video was on that, because I think people, they look at the AI as that I've got to get in right at the penny, otherwise it's I can't take the trade. So even in the 1480, even if it had worked from the beginning, and maybe I click on it, I check the chart. Yeah, I like it. There's lots of room, et cetera, through the 200-day. And instead of getting in at 1480, I get in at 1473. It's okay. Okay. It's okay. This is not designed, to make a few pennies. Now, let's take a look at, not seeing too much now, guys. Well, let's get my toggle. I get my sound alerts back. Ooh, boy, this Uxin, UXIN. Boy, this if this ever got really rolling, I mean, I know it's up 25% today, China stock. But looking left on the weekly chart, there's some areas in which easily it could stall. But if it could ever clear out of this, I mean, look at this potential room for it to run. Well, it's not so much they have. Okay, Jeremy, you can ask me questions all day long also, okay? So the question in our YouTube room between 12 and well, it's actually between 12 and 1. So obviously it's after 1 o'clock. Yeah, I do take a break, and one of the other traders takes over. Not so much that we're coders or anything like that, but if you need some help with a scan, you can ask me, and if I can't help you, I'll direct you to somebody who can, or hopefully can, okay? And hopefully you can hear me. But all day long. I mean, I'm here all day long. Yeah, it's just a matter of, if you've got an idea, if I don't have a sort of, we'll call it a ready-made scan or something that's similar, one of the other traders may have, okay? And there are 5 different traders that take over from me Monday to Friday in YouTube. We all have our different trading styles. They all have their own scans. So it's very possible that you might want something that I don't have, and I can say, okay, you know what? I'll give you an email address. You send, and you just sort of say, okay, this is what I'm looking for. And if somebody's got something, they'll help you. And if they don't have something, some of them, they maybe they have something similar, and then they can kind of help you. But who knows? Maybe I've got what you're looking for. We all have different trading styles. I'm sharing a lot of scans. Just to give you an idea. So if you click on my homepage link and you scroll down a bit and you click on the scan section. So these are some of the scans that I'm sharing. Okay. And, some, I try to name them so they kind of make sense. but you could always take a look at some of these. But understand that I am almost 100% an intraday trader. I'm not a swing trader. Okay. So if you're looking for more swing trading ideas, I mean, we do have a swing trading channel, but these are the scans that I'm currently sharing. Now, gels might be in gel, actually, GELD. This may be in bounce mode. Well, I mean, it's obviously in bounce mode. I mean, it's come off 1410, but it is also over that 10. Well, maybe a little too late now. It's over that 10 SMA. Though I don't know if it closed above it. That candle right there, that orange line that you see on my 15-minute chart, that is the 10 SMA. So if you show up in the YouTube room on Thursday, I'm just talking general, of course, Steve loves this 10 SMA, but I think it has to close above it before he takes the trade. He uses it in two ways. I mean, he's got a scan that's called the jam down. So a stock that is coming down, and will that act as support? Okay. Like in other words, coming down into it and then popping off it. Or conversely, if something is moving into it and that acts as resistance and moves down. Okay. I like to use it though. And he says there's no problem doing that. I like to see, okay, this is now maybe it is now going to keep above that 10 SMA and start to run. And what time is it now? 1:13. So for him to do this, this has to close above, and it looks like it will. We only have a couple of minute and a half or so for that candle to close. So it looks like it'll close above that 10 SMA, which is about 1450. And so that could be, an idea to go long. Now, so if I wanted to do that, now I have to say, okay, where could it go? So I look at the 15-minute chart. I mean, it's got a possibility of getting up to the 1480 level. I mean, it's a little bit close. If I took this trade right now at 1457, I mean, that's 23 cents away. A little bit. I wish it were more up here, and that could be. I mean, this may not stall it at all. Okay, this area may not stall it at all. Maybe it goes right through that, and maybe it approaches that, which would be phenomenal. And then what you do is you could put your stop just underneath the 10 SMA and have a go. You can practice in the simulator, setups like that. So now this has another 45 seconds to close. This is a 15-minute candle. So just another idea of a way to trade, especially if you don't like the idea of trying to find, I'm almost exclusively looking for stocks at the high or the low of the day. But I'm definitely warming up to these bounce plays that start to take out that 10 SMA. And so the note, whatever happened at 1:00, I guess it didn't really affect the market. This is the 1:00 candle. So we had the note auction, if that's what it's called, 35 billion. So that didn't really affect the market. So the market has been so far, other than a couple of little, I guess we'll call them little pullbacks, been certainly the trend is up again at 500 level, being beautifully defended. So let's see now. Still kind of half of one eye now is still on the SGBX. Okay, I'm not devoting one eye, but a half of an eye devoted to this in case later on it pops through that 5 level, okay, with some volume. So, look at these volume bars, okay? I mean, the big one of the day was at 11:00 and it did this, but look how ugly this is on a 15-minute chart, Hopefully you can understand why I call this ugly. Look at the topping tails, look at the bottoming tails completely. I mean, if you're trying to trade this today, you're going to, well, depending, you'd have to have such a wide stop. Otherwise, you're going to get stopped out left and right. Okay. Very, very. That's why I haven't touched this one yet. But if, for instance, it gets over 5 again, and then yesterday's high was 536, and it looks like it wants to maintain, get some volume coming in, because there's really no volume. Because what traders will be looking at is the 2 days ago when it got up to 930 or so. And again, they did a financing yesterday, but the financing is at, I believe, 290 or something. So it's well above the financing price. That has not affected it really. But today's volume is putrid. I mean, yesterday it did 98 million, 92 million, and today it's 600,000. So I mean, today's volume is just absolutely putrid. Am I wearing an eye patch? Always through Interactor Brokers, Timbo. I've never used B Plus to trade. I'm just so comfortable with Interactor Brokers. I've had it for 8 years. I'm just very comfortable placing trades through Interactor Brokers. And Michael and I were talking about this GL. I mean, this. I mean, nothing's going to surprise me, but I mean, this is where it all happened or started, when that fuzzy panda report came out and knocked the stuffings out of it. Panda stuffings. But what a recovery it's had, continuing to have. ESPR. So I think Shady is in this one. ESPR. Oh, I see. Okay, nice little move off here. How's the background noise today, guys? My wife is actually at home and she's talking. I'm just wondering if it's you can hear, maybe just very, very minutely in the background, perhaps. Really? Wow. I don't have sound. I don't have any noise canceling on either. So you can't even hear my little music in the background that I've got. Wow. I mean, I don't have it super loud, but I'm amazed. I don't have any noise canceling on. It's just this new mic that I got, that I have had now for a while. And it seems to have, there is a sort of a mini filter. It's not software. And it seems to be able to block out a lot of noises. And even my computer today has settled down. It's not whining and screaming at me. Now you can hear. See? Yeah, probably because, okay. It's probably because when I'm talking, you can't, right? But how is it, just sort of like faintly in the background, or? Yeah, obviously when I'm talking, sure. Well, I guess what I'll have to do, I'll have to just keep talking nonstop like I'm on the radio. All right, guys, G-Sun. Let's take a look at this. And we have a halt now, a halt with SYT. SYT, we have a halt with SYT. We have a halt on the way down. Okay. Have a halt on the way down with SYT. So This is not good if you're in it. TDUP, TDUP, TDUP. Okay, again, I just wish I could find something that had lots and lots of room looking left. Okay, kind of like I mean, that's why I'm still fixated on the SGBX if it ever gets up into this level here, because just looking left, tons and tons of room. I almost took the BVS. I was on my break, almost took it. Looked okay. Maybe it's coming back. It got up to that 530 mark or 528. But I did not. I just looked at this 15-minute chart, and again, just very up and down, up and down. So I thought, you know what, don't want to do it. So I didn't. But look at the GL. I mean, is this even a red bar ignored? This is not quite a red bar ignored. Just not quite a red bar ignored. But, I mean, now it's over that level that I thought was fairly important, 82.48. I mean, that was the high up here. And it's just inching its way up. Yeah, we still have all these law firms, shareholder alert, all these law firms coming out of the woodwork, wanting to get a class action suit going. Interesting. So I'll tell you what I'm going to do now. 122. So one last look at my homepage. Now William says he's going to keep the room open till, I think did you say 4:05? I think you said 4:05, right? So yeah, I usually take off at around 3:00 Eastern time. So I'll always stay later if there are questions. So William, the goodness of his heart, will keep the room open until 4:05. This is the main room. Okay. I do have to shut down YouTube. So let's take a look at my homepage. Okay. My homepage is right here. This is the link for my homepage. So on my homepage, of course, before I'll show you the scans I'm going to that I'm sharing. As always, if you want to take out a subscription, you just use this promo code Barry15. Okay, Barry15. That'll get you 15% off the first month only, or the entire year of Trade Ideas. If you do take out, and as always, if at some point in time in the future, today, tomorrow, next month, next week, next year, you're going to take out a subscription, please use my code. This will really go a long ways to keeping this room free, because when people use my code, the company knows that they're using it from the room, and that'll help to keep the room free. It's that simple, okay? Getting started, you must do the get started. Very 10 short videos. It'll run you through your downloaded install, your first startup and login, introduction to scans, top list windows, alert windows, etc. Okay? Won't take you long to go through them. It's a software program, so there is obviously a bit of a learning curve. Trading 101, if you are new to trading. Now, if you're in our YouTube room between 12 and 1, you were listening to Michael Noss, and Michael put this together, this Trading 101. Sort of a fun story, I guess. While he was, when the pandemic hit, his wife, I think she's a nurse, but she couldn't work for a while. So he said, you know what? We're going to do a series of videos. She had no knowledge of trading at all, even though Michael is a trader. And so he took her as if brand new to trading. First video was, what is a stock? Okay. And I think 38 videos later, she's now a professional trader. I'm kidding, of course, but that's what that was the basis of it. So I think it was kind of cool the way he did it. Stock of the day video that I do, you can sign up for it here. Trade of the week, you can sign up for it here. It triggered, but it doesn't look like it's going to come back. I think the trigger was 6:30. Yeah, it might 6:30. It did trigger yesterday. When you get the email for the trades of the week, you will see there's a trigger price, suggested entry. And, how you trade it, if you trade it, of course, is going to be up to you. And so that's the trade of the week. If you sign up for it, please check, and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. This is the big education section. If you click here, and here is our user guide. And so, like any other software program, there's a lot in the user guide. You don't have to learn everything, but I would recommend this. There's that getting started again. I would recommend that you know a little more in detail what an alert window is, what a top list window is, the T window. You might want to look at stock racing. I don't really use stock racing anymore, but it's still pretty popular, I think. And price alerts. I'm putting price alerts on charts all the time. You see that? But a lot of times people ask me, well, how do I create a watch list? How do I put a sound on an alert window? You can put a sound on a different sound on your different alert windows so that when you hear a sound, you know which window to look at. Obviously, that's the whole idea of putting a different sound on the different windows. But there's a lot in here. You don't have to learn everything. It's like any other software program. If I threw the Microsoft Office manual and I say, well, you got to learn all this before you can use it. Well, nobody would do it, right? It's sort of the same thing. You don't have to learn everything. So if you're looking at this for the first time thinking, well, this is way too complicated, just don't feel that way. The other thing is, I think we really try to pride ourselves on the support. You've got me, basically 6 hours a day. You've got the other traders for an hour, like an hour each. Plus, you can ask questions, to our email. A lot of the other traders we're there all day long. So we really try to support the product as best we can. And then the daily support, as I said, I take a break between 12 and 1 every day. And one of the other traders takes over. And, it's always a good idea to listen to somebody else. I mean, I have a certain trading style. The other traders, the 5 of them, 5 days of the week, the 5 of them, we all have different trading styles. So I think it's a good idea to go over and listen to somebody else. And now, my scan. So if you click on my homepage link and you scroll down, this is the scan section. So these are the scans that I'm currently sharing. Pre-market actives up and down. This relative strength leaders from the close percent will look very much like this pre-market actives down now. Okay, or up, sorry, up. But here it is right here. Okay, I just call it relative strength leaders. It's not, I just abbreviated it a bit, but it is exactly the same. And then the pre-market actives down. So if you're looking for stocks that are, looking for stocks that potentially, like Disney as an example, okay? This is, I know Shady was in this one earlier and often, but, I was talking about Disney early, in the pre-market because, had earnings. And this is what intrigued me about it. This low right down here on the weekly chart, but breaking this. And it did, so it's given me the opportunity to trade it a couple of times. And, but this is what really, really got my attention, that if it could break this 105, I think 83, what could happen? Now it's sort of stalled in the area, but you never know. Tomorrow, I'll be watching this one tomorrow also. You might get a second day continuation off this earnings play. So that's why we look at the pre-market actives up and down. Okay, because this will just show you, well, obviously the stocks that are really moving either up or down in the pre-market. Halts resumes over here. Look how active it is. Not necessarily a lot of different stocks, but the same stocks being halted and resumed all day long. The momentum scan is here. Okay, this is the momentum scan. This will give you a lot of different alerts all day long. I have this one because some of my other scans will not give me that many alerts all day long. So, I want to have something to talk about. So that's why I have this one here. The 10-day daily breakout and down. I'll show you it in a second. The combo scan. And yeah, and the breakouts. I mean, the breakouts, either up or down. So let me just show you what they look like. So, I mean, these are the only breakdowns today, as an example. There are a few more breakouts today, but I actually tend to concentrate on the breakdowns. The old adage that a stock goes down faster than it goes up. Well, that's what I've been finding also in the breakdowns. And so this is a 10-day daily breakdown with other filters in place, of course. So for instance, if I looked at this is what it's looking for. If I click on configure. So if the price has been changed now in on my homepage, if you get this one, the 10-day daily breakdown, it probably says between 2 and 35. I upped it to 100. Okay. It might say 60, but I upped it to 100. And then the current volume is at least 8. So it has to be trading at least 8 times normal up to this time of day. That filter right there is the reason why we don't have too many alerts. So not only does it have to be a 10-day daily breakdown. So what does that mean? So you look at, let me just get rid of this. So you look at Disney as an example. This would have shown up here, except my price, my top of the range was $100, but this would have shown up here for sure. Here's a 10-day daily breakdown. High relative volume, 9.7, had to be at least 8. Okay. And so it definitely would have shown up here. So that's the basis of that scan. And then this is just the breakout, just basically the reverse. Again, high relative volume and a stock that if this were 10 days, it would break out. It would have to be above the high of the last 10 days. This one is below the low of the last 10 days. The other thing that the don't repeat. So why do I have this DR stands for don't repeat. If you go to my homepage, you'll see it actually says don't repeat, but that's what this stands for. So why do I do that? So now I can kind of go back in time and I can say, okay, Starbucks was alert. Well, here's a good one, obviously. Suze, S-U-Z, was alerted at 9:35. The price was 11.14. Remember, this is a suggestion to short. So if I click on this, I don't really even have, this is the repeating version of it, okay? Every time SUZ, as long as it met all the filter requirements, made a new low, you're going to see it over here. But watch, I don't even have to really do that, because if I click on SUZ, and this was at 9:35, this little up arrow, this is telling me the candle, depending on what chart I'm looking at, what candle the alert happened on. This is a 15-minute chart. If I had a 5-minute chart up, it would show me the 5-minute candle. But now I can say, okay, this was a suggestion to short. What did it do from there? Well, you can see, not bad, right? Not bad. So you don't even have to see this to know that was a very nice alert. Remember, these are not strategies. These are idea generators, and you have to click on the alert and then, make up your mind if you want to trade the stock. PTLO, I did try this one early and it did not work. I got out flat, meaning I didn't lose anything, didn't make anything. And but now you see it has come back through the alert price, 11.05. I don't know if I really want it. I mean, listen, there's a part of me that says if it gets down through 10.85 and get some volume coming in, who knows? Maybe it will at the end of the day keep moving down. This is basically an all-time low. It's an earnings play, and it's basically an all-time low. So that's how I use these. Okay, I love to have the don't repeat, so I can go back and say, okay, what happened from that alert? So, for instance, if I was looking at these and day after day after day, and I was clicking on these, and they were never ever going in the direction I wanted to, well, then I'd have to reconsider this whole scan, or maybe make some changes to it. Okay, maybe my relative volume isn't good enough. Maybe I need more volume, like volume. Maybe I add a filter in. Maybe do something else. Maybe make it a 5-day low, or maybe make it a 20-day low. So, but I'm very happy with the results I get. It doesn't mean when I click on them that everything is going to work immediately. So that's just what I do. And then we have the famous. It's amazing, I thought we'd have a lot more activity on this one, but this is the combo scan. Okay, so if you go to my homepage, and on the bottom right, so I have 2 columns of scans. The bottom right one is called the combo scan. Here I've labeled it Pepe. That's because Pepe put this together. Pepe is in our room, lurking most of the days, but he helps me immensely, especially in some IT stuff. Thank you, Pepe. So what we found, because I love this daily breakdown, I like the daily breakout, and this is an abnormal option activity. Okay, this shows me stocks that are trading abnormally option-wise. I'll explain that once I go through this. So what we were finding is that if something showed up in the abnormal option activity scan, and it was also in one of these two, it was really worth our while to watch it. Watch those stocks that were showing up in the abnormal option activity and either in one of these two. But the problem, of course, is now I have to look at Summit. Okay, SMMT, is it here? Oh, sorry. Well, is it here? Is it here? No. Is TVTX? Is it here? Is it here? No. Well, I mean, it's not incredibly difficult to do, but it just was a little more of a. You just had to do the exercise every day. Well, and Pepe said, you know what? Why don't we combine all these scans so that we find the ones that are common in these scans, and here they are. And you don't get too many. And the reason why is because there are a lot of tough filters here and there are a lot of tough filters here. So when you combine two scans with very tough filters, you're not going to get too many alerts, but typically scans that are worthwhile watching or alerts that are worthwhile watching. So that's the basis behind this. And of course, I'm sharing it. And then just to quickly go over the options, we do not scan for options. Okay, we don't scan for options, but we do have some option filters that may interest you if you are an options trader. I've been told that, for some of the option traders, I know there are people in the room that do trade options. Some have told me that this helps. Excuse me. So if I right click on this alert window and I click on configure, and then I click on summary, and then, sorry, not summary, I click on search. So I'm going to in the search box, I'm going to type in options. Okay. So this is the put call ratio, some obvious ones, I guess. The put call ratio, the option volume today. There's separated the put and the call volume today. Okay. So these are some obvious ones. This one here, this option volume here, this refers to the average number of contracts over the last 10 days, total of puts and calls. Okay. So using that in conjunction with this one, the option volume today percent, it can turn into it can show you stocks that are trading abnormally option wise. So for instance, let's just say a stock has normally traded 5,000 contracts over the last 10 days. And you use this filter here, the option volume today percent, and you use this filter and you put 300 in here. 300% ratio of 3. So that stock that has normally traded on average 5,000 contracts over the last 10 days, for you to see that stock today, it will have to be trading 15,000 contracts. So not being an option trader at all, but if I wanted to trade options intraday, I guess that could help. I mean, now you're at least zeroing in on the stocks that are trading abnormally option wise. Just the same way, I only want to see the stocks trading abnormally volume wise, but I'm also using that option, that abnormal option scan, because anything trading abnormally option wise, more than likely is probably trading abnormally volume wise. So to combine them, it gives me great opportunity just to zero in on the stocks that are really trading abnormally. And of course, that's my goal every single day. Okay, there you go. Meanwhile, what's the SPY doing? SPY is still, trend is up. MNDR, new high. Okay, Denver, let's take a look at MNDR. What a day it had yesterday. Oh, well, William, it didn't quite get it. What were you waiting for? 40 cents? So if you weren't here yesterday, well, if you weren't here 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, this is a Singaporean IPO, and it just had a fabulous two-week run. Even a third week, okay? I mean, it was hanging tough the third week. Even last week, it was hanging tough, okay? Until Friday. And then Friday, an utter collapse, $23 down to 3. And there's no news. If you're looking for news, there was no real news other than, everybody was fleeing it. So now, so you're saying it's making a new high of the day. Be pretty tough to convince people probably, but you know what? If it took out 355, which is the high of yesterday, maybe not today. I'm sure it won't do it today, but maybe, people will be willing to maybe take a 0.004 cents. Okay. I know you're kidding, but I think he literally said 40 cents, but yeah, Disney is a turnaround, a bit of a turnaround now. DIS, bit of a turnaround. It would help if I typed in the right symbol. I was wondering, this looks terrible, but it's DIS, not DSI. So, any questions? Any questions? What time is it now? 1:41. So, John in our YouTube room says that Rivian, which was pretty active early, yeah, look at this. Yeah, testing the low of the day now. Oh, no, 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 no. Wow. I really wanted this SEMR and I just lost sight of it. I was watching it. I think it's an earnings play. I was watching it just at this level here, just when what time was that? Yeah, it was 12:30. Just as it was in this range here, that 14.19, and I just lost sight of it because it's an earnings play, and the reason I liked it is because look left on the weekly chart, lots of room. Once it took out that 14.10 right there, the high there, and I think I even went to the monthly chart. I really didn't see much. Yeah, I mean, look at the monthly chart. The monthly chart had room to 15. Shoot. All right, guys. Well, I'm not seeing too much. The PTLO is sort of interesting me or getting me interested. Maybe if it takes out this low here or right there, 1075, I will stick a price alert there and then check to see how it's trading around that. Around that, in the pre-market, this did get down to 1080. I'm sorry, 1051. Yeah, so that was the I don't want to call it a rumor, Denver, but yeah, we were talking about that regarding Apple and Rivian. This is the word though, right? Following a report suggesting Apple is mulling a potential partnership with the company. Suggesting. That's your key word right there. What a bunch of months this one's had. This ever quote. So this is an earnings play. I know I mentioned this one earlier. I did not take it, but I know I mentioned this one earlier. EVER. I keep waiting on this GTN. I'm thinking that it's going to just not dynamic enough because it does have some room. I mean, look at the room it's got. 655, not bad. I mean, almost 30 cents, but it just. Oh, sure. Okay. So the question in our YouTube room, can you please show how to limit your symbol alerts to one? I just went over it a few minutes ago. Sure. So in an alert window, okay, in an alert window, you can also do it in a multi-strategy window, okay, but make it simple on ourselves. And in an alert window, if I right click and I go to properties, hover down to properties, and then this box pops up, and then you see where it says don't repeat. Click on don't repeat. So you have several time options on the don't repeat. If I click on don't repeat, symbol 4. So this is a drop down, so I can say, okay, for 1 minute, 5 minutes, 15, 30, an hour for the day, or if I never ever want to see that symbol, don't repeat ever. I typically just put it for the day. And a lot of people will use it, say, for the 1 or 5 minutes, especially if you've got an alert window that is really firing off a lot, which, my advice is maybe to firm up the filter so you don't get, alert after alert after alert. But, if you're not willing to do that, then you might want to use, don't repeat for a minute at least so that you won't see every, 2 seconds that a stock makes a new high. If that's what you're using, the high of, I mean, you can use any alert, of course, but certainly the new high of the day. Some stocks, when they're ripping higher, you'd be hearing the symbol over and over and over and over and over again. So, Colin, did that help? And then once you do it, you say okay, and then that attaches that to the alert window that you. All right, so it's grayed out because a couple of things. So make sure. Okay, well, okay, there's two questions. Now, on the web-based version, let me just see, Colin. I'm not 100% sure. I don't use the web-based version, but Jeremy's question is, why is the repeat grayed out? More than likely, you've either you're in history, okay? Make sure you're certainly in real time today, okay? Real time today, because real time, not, I'm sorry, real time today. Make sure it says real time. So if you right click on your alert window and then click on history, make sure real time, okay? And it's not today or yesterday or anything. Make sure it says real time, because if anything else, then that's going to be grayed out. The other reason it could be grayed out is depending on if you go down to properties, again, right click on your alert window, scroll down to properties, and this might be the reason. If you scroll down to properties and you see where it says view mode, if you have anything other than newest first checked, you'll get that gray. Okay. Okay. So did you hear what I'm saying, Jeremy? And so the next step is to right click, and I will answer the questions, Avery and Colin. Right click on the alert window and now go down to properties Okay. And again, this box pops up and check out view mode, view mode. If it doesn't say newest first, then you also get that gray. Newest first is the default. I mean, that's what usually people want. The group and sort by is an interesting way to group and sort by, but if you do use that, then the don't repeat will not work. Okay. So now, Colin, does this apply to the web-based version? So let me take a look. Yeah, nice call by Shady on looks like a rug pull coming. Yeah, somebody is saying, well, there was nothing economically that I could see that was coming out. No economic numbers coming out. Nobody was talking. But anyway, yeah, nice big red bar. Let me load the web-based version and I'll take a look. So is don't repeat available? Let's take a look. And the answer is doesn't look like it. Let me just make sure. Oh yeah, here we go. Yeah, it's in view mode. Okay. So let me get rid of this. So it's in view mode. So here's an alert window. Okay, right click and go down to view mode, and this pops up, and then don't repeat for, and you should have and check it, and then we should have the same. Yeah, we have the same options. So it is. So the options are there. Who asked that question? Colin. Okay. So the other view mode, Jeremy, is things like, for instance, if you wanted to see a stock that was making a new high for the day, but you didn't want to see it over and over and over again. Okay, there's a way in which you could just show it. You'll see it every time it makes a new high, but you just won't see the symbol over and over and over again. I used to have one like that. I know it's probably confusing the way I've described it, but every time the stock would make a new high, you would see it at the top of the list. But let's just say Disney was making a new high. You would see DIS when it made a new high. If it made a new high immediately, it would just sort of overwrite that symbol. So you wouldn't see Disney twice, and then 3 times, and then 4 times. Okay. If that makes sense. And then Avery, how do I get an alert to say the symbol name? Okay. So are you still listening to me? And can you hear me and see what I'm going to do? Talking to Avery in our YouTube room. Yeah, I used to have one like that, and that one like that in terms of the viewing. Okay, good. So, okay, TGLS. This is interesting. Maybe I want to short this one, but so we have 2 options here. Just give me one moment. All right, so excuse me. So in this alert window, okay, and any alert window, of course, right click, properties, actions, and then play the sound, okay? Check the play sound. Now set up sound. Now you notice it says text to speech, okay? It says text to speech, and there's a little, this is new. I mean, this is pretty new. And there's also an option that says verbose. Now, for the longest time, we only had one voice. We had only a female voice. And then I guess now we have a female and a male voice. So what that means is now you can have, remember what the whole idea of sound alerts is you put a unique sound alert on each window. You don't want to have text to voice on every window because how would you, if you hear her or him read out a symbol, how are you going to know which window to look at, right? So that's the whole idea of the sound alerts is to put a unique sound on each window. So when you hear a sound, you know which window to look at. Okay. Now, within, I guess, the last month or so, we added, now you can have a female sound, a female reading it out, and a male reading it out. So you could have one window reading it out as a male and another one as a female. The verbose is something that I had no idea about. Pepe, I think, told me what this is about last week. So you could, not only would you have her or him read out the symbol, but it will also read out the name of the scan. Okay. Now, sounds pretty cool unless your scan is giving you a lot of alerts. Okay. Because imagine, let me just back all these out. This is a fairly active one, and I actually put it on here just to see what it was like. And so I would hear it go CNTX, a MoMA less than 500, CNTX, MoMA less, over and over and over and over again. In fact, because sometimes you get alerts fairly quickly, couldn't read it out in time to get to the next alert. So do not use verbose on something that is pretty active. I use verbose here though, and on my halts resumes because, it's not like, this is not, super active all day long. In other words, we're not getting an alert, one alert, then another one 5 seconds later, another one 5 seconds later, on and on and on. So I actually put it on here, and it's pretty cool, but it's not necessary. But does that make sense? Just make sure that I've answered your question, Avery, so that it makes sense. If not, just let me know. Don't be shy. Don't think, oh man, I can't. I don't want to. Okay, good. I haven't explained it correctly. Just let me know. And this goes to anybody. Okay, if you ask me a question and it's still that you still don't understand, don't be shy. When you say, Jeremy, when you say it's okay if you're not allowed to pull it up, I understand. Are you talking about the view? It's not a matter of not allowed. I just don't have one right now. Well, good call by Shady on the rug pull. No question. Look at this. I mean, something's amiss. No idea. Question, YouTube room. What do I think Fat will do? Earnings. I never play earnings. Okay. Oh, Jeremy. Yeah, you cannot. You'd have to come to the main room if you want to hand out a link. You guys in YouTube. That's one of the, I guess, problems. I guess if you want to call it. With being in YouTube, you cannot give me links, collaboration or cloud links. You can't put any links in. So if you want to put a link in, you have to come into the main room. So anyway, I have no idea what Fat is going to do up or down. Okay. We don't have to use verbose, Avery. That's something that is something that is new over the last month, I would say, or even 2 months. I didn't even know about it until last week. You don't have to use verbose at all. I mean, it's kind of cool if you have something that doesn't trigger that much, but other than that, it's certainly not necessary. Just make sure that each window is has a unique sound. Because remember, once if you use two of them, if you use the female and the male, okay, in two different scans, and you have others, well, now you go to the use custom, okay, and select the sound. And then these are 3 folders. These 3 folders have different sound alerts in each one. So if I click on the Mad Money, these are the sound alerts. Okay. And so if you click on Monkey, for instance, and you click on Open and you play it, and if you like it, then you say okay a couple of times. Okay. And then that gets attached. Gets attached to the alert window that you started it in. All right. So this, well, that's completely up to you, Jeremy. Of course, I can't tell you if it's appropriate or not. You know, it's just a different way of looking at the data. Some people just don't want to see that same symbol over and over again in a list. Imagine if CNTX kept making a new high after new high after new high, and you'd see CNTX over and over again, as opposed to if you could still, this will still alert using the group and sort by when CNTX makes a new high, but you'll only see it at the very top one time. Okay, now if I made another new high seconds later, it just kind of replaces the other one. So you don't see a whole list of CNTXs, if that makes sense. So I can't tell you if one is more appropriate than the other. That'll really be up to you. All right. So short VRCA, possibly see large block trade sell. Okay. We do have a block trade alert, but I don't use it, but I can show you. Is that you wanting to see whether or not it was? I don't know if it was or not. You're talking to this right here, 122,000 all of a sudden. It's hard to know. A lot of times, of course, block trades, you won't see any change in the price. Maybe it can be, especially in the more, the Apples or the bigger ones, they'll be more, somebody wants to offload a whole bunch of shares, but is trying to be nice to the company and says, well, you know what, if you can arrange somebody to take it off me so I don't destroy your share price, I'll do it. Okay. But now PTLO, do I want to take this short right now? Mm-hmm. All right, guys. What time is it now? 2:04. Okay, so MNDR now is over 3. Okay. Okay, well, you know what? This is getting me sort of interested. So the MNDR only, now the high yesterday was what, 346. It's just a trade, guys. If this gets back over 346, maybe tomorrow, who knows? Maybe today, who knows? You're going to get traders interested. They're going to look at this and go, what the heck happened here? They're going to look for news. They're not going to see anything. They say, well, what, Maybe you can try to fill in a little bit of this, just a little bit. What if it went from 340 to 5? Okay, it doesn't have to get all the way back up to 23. So anyway, that's look at the SGBX again, guys. The volume is still not great, but you never know. I do not want to lose sight of this one tomorrow. If the volume picks up, the volume is just really ugly. Look at these volume bars right here. So the problem is, it looks good if it takes us out, but if it doesn't do it on any volume, it wouldn't take much just to have a drop again. We need a little more enthusiasm. Though the volume bars, at least they are starting to grow a little bit. When you look at the previous ones, starting at 11:30. So MNDR, do want to look at it. I think I've got my price alert set. I want to make sure I do have my price alert set and see if tomorrow. Okay, I have to figure out why is it not here. It is up 21%. The volume is huge. So why is it not showing up here? Can I not see it? MNDR. I don't know. I'm trying to figure out why does it not show up? Change from the close. It's huge, 21%. Oh, it's right there. It's right there at the bottom. I didn't see it. Okay. No, it was fine. Yeah, the relative volume is I believe it or not, it's only one. It's the only one that I keep at 1. Okay. The reason I keep at 1 is because I will see this in the pre-market. Okay. So it's the only one that I keep at 1 because I want to see this in the pre-market. And if you for those of you, if you use the relative volume filter and using anything other than 1, and you're trying to use that scan in the pre-market, you'll get no data. Okay. You will not see any data. Common question we get: how come I'm not seeing any data in the pre-market? And we look at their scan and they've got the relative volume of, it's 2, 3, 4, anything other than 1. So what the company did was they said, okay, let's sort of trick it. If it's 1, we'll allow the relative volume as a filter to be seen in the pre-market. Most of the time, of course, everything I'm going to see in here is going to have a high relative volume. What scan did I find MNDR on? Well, it is here. It's really hard to see, Barbara, but somebody else mentioned it. I think it was Denver. I think Denver mentioned it earlier. I don't think I would have seen it. Yeah, I may not have seen it here because you see, I can see it down here, right there. Now it's getting bigger and bigger because I have my cutoff right down here. I only have 20 symbols in here. That's the max I wanted. So right now, if anything is up less than 20.84%, I wouldn't see it. Now, could I have seen it? Would have been hard for me to see it in anything other than this because of somebody pointed out the relative volume. All my other scans, this scan here, which is just a momentum scan, which, certainly look at the momentum, but the relative volume is only 1.25. Has to be 3 in here as an example. Okay. So again, if people are saying, well, why do you have it so high? Why not just put it at 1.1 or something? Then you're going to see MNDR. You're right. However, I probably see 100 others I don't want to see. So there's always a trade-off when you create a scan. People ask, how could I see this stock? Well, I can show you how you can see this stock. No problem, probably with any scan I create, but it may introduce a lot of those stocks that you don't want to see. You just have to at some point, say, okay, listen, you're going to miss some things because of the filters I have in place. When I say I'm talking about, if you're talking to yourself, I'm going to miss some things because of some of these filters I have in place. Now, SGBX, this is not on a scan. Okay. I don't think it's here. No, it's not on a scan, but it is thumbnailed. You see, I have a few charts on my other monitor that you cannot see, and it's thumbnail because I wanted to keep an eye on it, knowing that it probably wouldn't hit any scan. Look at that. The relative volume is only 0.7. Now, that is somewhat skewed because of it's it's taking into account the volume it had yesterday, which is 92 million. So today's 655,000, of course, is puny compared to that. Because remember, the relative volume filter works, as a very simple definition. And I may be wrong on the number of days, but let's just say the last average over the last 10 days up to this time of day. Okay. So when you look at this and you look at today's volume of 655, hard to compare to that. But that volume is being, thrown into the average over the last 10 days. So of course, today's volume is going to look terrible. So let's see, MNDR. When I do, well, you know what? Now that is one that I will actually thumbnail. Thumbnailing, again, it's just, I thought this was a universal term, but maybe it's not. Thumbnail is just taking a chart and, making it pretty small. And then, so you can, you don't want it taking up a lot of space. And imagine your thumbnail, okay? Your hand, this chart here is like my hand, okay? And then a thumbnail version of it would be just a small version of it. So I can tuck it away on another monitor. And I have a bunch of stocks like that. I mean, it would be hilarious if this starts to really recover. All right, you're forcing me to look at GME. Okay, let's take a look at GME. All right, well, hey, listen, I mean, it is still through that 200-day moving average. A couple of days ago, we got through it. Yesterday, it sat on it for a while, popped above. Today, it tried to get through the 200 days. So it's still holding the 200-day moving average. On a monthly chart, I'd be looking at this area as potential resistance, between, say, 17 and 18. Let's bring up a weekly chart. Yeah, same thing right up here. Look what it did last week. Look what it's done so far this week. We're only 2 days in, of course, but you kind of see it's just being blocked so far by this area. And there was no reason for this. I mean, it's just the memers have got a hold of it again. There's no announcements, has earnings in June, so it's nothing to do with earnings. And yet, AMC is the poor cousin, not doing anything. Whoops. What'd I do? Every now and then that happens to a top list window. There we go. What do I think about Zeta? This is from Smooth in our main room. Zeta. No, we've seen Zeta. So this is an earnings play. Okay. So, I mean, so it had earnings after hours yesterday. So this was a reaction, that mauve area on my 15-minute chart. That was a reaction. So right now, what I see in Zeta is very, very choppy. Yeah, last letter in the alphabet. Always, the class clown has struck again. And I just find it very choppy. You know, if you're asking me to interpret, obviously the market loved whatever they said or like whatever they've said, but I didn't examine what they said or anything like that. Looking at it on a monthly chart, well, okay, this is why. So this is a lifetime high. So I mean, who knows where it could go? It's a lifetime high. So you have no resistance chart wise. Doesn't mean it's going to keep going higher and higher, of course, but it is a lifetime high. I'd probably watch it tomorrow just to see what happens tomorrow. See if it, because to me it's sort of untradeable once the market opened today. It's just shopping. Now, are you talking about long term? What do I think about it, or balance of today? I'm not a swing trader, so, but that definitely. I mean, it's it's an all time high. Well, if you're new to trading, okay. Now, first of all, I mean, the fact I'm saying it's a lifetime high and there's no resistance, obviously, on top, because there's nothing is going to block it from moving higher. No chart resistance. So if you can see my daily chart, imagine Zeta was here, okay, at say $12, and you look on top and you see this. Well, that would be potential resistance, right? Because if it started getting into these areas where previous action was, it could stall. In this case, Zeta on a daily chart, I mean, look at this. It's broken way out. There's nothing really above it other than today's high to really stall it. Doesn't mean it's going to keep moving higher. But at least You don't have to worry about, chart resistance to block this. So again, I don't want you to get, listen to me and say, oh, the guy said a lifetime high. That sounds pretty good. I'm going to take this trade. The lifetime high reference is just, well, okay, at least there's no chart resistance. There's no price resistance above. Many other reasons why this could fall. Okay. Profit taking, market turns around tomorrow and just goes, crazy down. There are many other reasons. Okay, good. And great volume. I mean, look at the volume today: 7 million shares, 8 times normal. Okay, that's very 8 times normal up to this time of day. Option wise, look at the option: 4,800 contracts. Now you might look at that, and go, well, is that good or bad? Well, in relation to what it has normally done over the last 10 days, that's 8 times normal. So, the volume, this volume, and that's kind of rare that we see almost the same. This volume is 8 times normal. And also the option volume is about 8 times normal. So a lot of abnormality in this one, hence the fact it's up 18% on earnings. Yeah, no question. I mean, very abnormal volume today. It had an abnormal day back here also for some reason. I don't know. This is what is this? Yeah, I don't know if they tried to make themselves an AI company. I really don't know, but obviously there was some news back here too. You can see the gap kind of held, I mean, chopped around a little bit, and then today earnings, boom. So we had a couple of big earnings days, or sorry, big volume days. This is GME. All right, you're making me look here. GME volume is increasing. Well, I suppose I should put a price alert around 1759 just in case. It does it tomorrow. It's still below the last 2 days' highs. This is Friday, and that's yesterday, Monday. All right, guys, I am now somewhat talked out. Now, if you have any questions, I may put myself on mute for a bit. And if you have any questions, I'll certainly hop right back on the mic. Don't be shy. I mean, I can still talk, but I kind of talk myself out. I think I've talked about a lot of things over the last hour. So I'll just put the message out here. Oops. Guys, so yeah, I'm on mute right now. I'll get back on the mic if there's a question, okay? All right, guys, I don't see any questions coming in, so I think I'll wrap it up for myself. William will keep the room open until 4:05. YouTubers, I will put the main room link. Find it. So here's a link to get into the main room if you want to keep talking about trading until 4:05. Okay. And I will shut myself down. Again, William will keep the room open until 4:05. Thanks for all the help. We'll see you guys tomorrow.